No damage. Let's go. Take that.
Ignoring him and whatnot, and he's all like, "I lost a few pounds." And she looks at him. She looks up from her phone for like a second, and then looks back into her phone and doesn't really give a shit.
Wow. She doesn't or he doesn't?
Luna doesn't give a shit.
Wow, Luna. Why she gotta be such a dog?
The fuck?
Best pun
Damn
ever.
it!
Don't call her a bitch, call her a dog.
Damn it!
One lonely evening alone home, end up with carpal tunnel syndrome. It might seem
Coming soon to...
You've just seen clout in action.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Stupid faggot little cocksucker!
Hi.
Main system activating combat mode. AP at 50%.
Target destroyed. Concluding evaluation. Well done.
ご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
You think you know me?
の類だ。
どのくらい壊していい？
好きなだけや。ただしセイビアから言われたことは覚えてるね。
うん、ちゃんと覚えてるよ。仲間を撃つで、コウの言うことはちゃんと聞く。
それでいい。大蔵。
へへへ、褒められちゃった。おじさんいい人。壊すときは痛くないように壊してあげるね。
そりゃ嬉しい。
当該施設の周囲には多数の適正 AI が確認されています。ご注意を。
あちらさんもそう簡単にはやらせ。
うわ、この飴、いちご味。はい。遊ぼうよ。もっともっと、もっとだよ。この飴、いちご味。はい。もっともっと、もっとだよ。うわ、この飴、いちご味。はい。遊ぼうよ。あれ？やー、うわ、この飴、いちご味。はい。
君がやられるのは正体にとって痛手だ。フォローする。
想定の破壊度を達成。当該生産施設の稼働が停止しました。オーダーの達成を確認。帰還シーケンスを開始します。
もう終わり？どうしたのかな？
早く帰ってセイビアに任務の守備を報告しないと。だ
そうだった。兄様、褒めてくれるかな？
ああ、きっと褒めてくれるだろう。ルーキーもいい仕事だ。
Listen closely, approach me. Suckers mostly try to treat me like greater than toast me impossible. I cut a sucker in small chunks, make more rhymes than Michael Jordan makes slams. I'm slow.
It might seem ill, feeling to be a dream guy till ice cream spills off Mrs. Paul's pie. Tonight's dreams for real. You can see the steam off his nice mean grill.
It's coming.
The world will not be destroyed. It will merely change.
I just control the operation of the system. Deciding to use it as the job
not an option. Let me repeat that. If this mission fails, if we are unsuccessful, we have no future.
This is not meaningless. This result is natural. Commence destruction.
You are stopping on the road to glory! Tyranny shall be the symbol of hope for his people.
Yeah, whatever.
That's what I mean. That's the attitude that's ticking people off.
I'm trying to rid myself of my chosen nature.
Stop it, please. So you think you complete God?
Of course not.
Stand aside!
Just like it is with the stars. There are bright ones and there are those that are dim.
Why can't I make you understand? This is insane!
Nothing good can ever come from staying with normal people.
この番組は角川書店ランティストご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。命を燃や
Let him get up, let him get up, let him get up. Yeah, fight back, nigga! Fight back, nigga! Fight back! Fight back!
You so fucking precious when you smile. Hit it from the back and drive you wild. Yeah. Girl, I lose myself up in those eyes.
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りしました。
There was a Chainsaw Man.
Oh,
that
yeah.
did kind of end too.
Fuck. So when did we last left off? Because I don't remember.
I think we left off on episode 11, if I remember correctly.
That's when they first showed the angel dude.
Yeah, that's when they first showed the angel dude. Because remember we were talking about like how that was like an oxymoron.
I know, right?
I was like, yeah, that's definitely like an oxymoron move.
Hey, man. Stomp him in the nuts. I'ma stomp him in the nuts. Stomp him in the nuts. I'ma stomp him in the nuts. Hey, yo. The Boondocks energy was strong in his last couple episodes, my guy. Hey, the tiger knee was strong as fuck, wasn't it? And like fucking that whole clash. I know we're like going backwards in episodes, but that whole clash thing in the last episode or whatnot that they did, that was wonderful, my God. I was impressed.
Facts.
But no, let's talk about fucking Crazy Girl Kenobi. Or how do you pronounce her fucking name? Bro, yeah, how is she so fucking quiet? It's like she's just... Right? It's like they show the clip of the bad guy there, cut to the hero, then they go back, she just has a knife at her throat. It's like, where the fuck did she come from?
Facts.
It's like her power is like coming to frame. I think she has that same shit Toga has, but like without the being like yandere-ish.
Oh, right.
Cause like I can't explain what the fuck she is, my guy. She's just like, cause she's extremely timid, extremely scared, and like, but she's a murderer. Be like, she's pure fucking just death. And then we get the best girl, the Spider Girl.
Oh yeah, we get the Spider Girl.
Yeah, she could tie me up in her web. Mm.
Damn it.
But no, how'd you enjoy Chainsaw Man?
Man, I loved it.
Like, but as a
I
whole?
was yeah, I'm definitely like looking forward to more because I was not expecting to like actually like the anime and whatnot.
Yeah, I didn't expect. I was like, everybody's. You know how we both hate when anime gets like overly hyped at us, bro. I didn't suspect this was gonna be that good, but I'm probably not gonna watch season 2. I think I'm just gonna be good with this one.
Wait, how come?
A friend told me something, and like, no, mind you, I'm probably gonna get to it, but I don't want to read it though because like I believe if I read it, I'm not gonna be able to enjoy it once it comes out fully. Cause this is gonna be an anime now. Now that I know it's gonna be like this, I'm gonna have to wait till the whole anime comes out and then watch it.
True.
And shit, I still gotta watch JoJo by the way. Fuck, I didn't finish that yet. I'll probably finish that pretty soon. But no, fucking man, that was Chainsaw Man. I'll give that like, who's best girl, my guy?
I'm gonna have to go with Power. I know like a
Ah,
lot of people like the iPad chick.
even though eye patch chick could get it, but bro, she threw up in a nigga mouth, bro. I can't, bro. Uh, she vomited in my mouth, my dude. Oh, ugh. Like, and she smokes cigarettes too. I can't.
Yeah, that was weird. Well, actually,
My.
I'm not gonna say it was weird though, but like that
But like,
that was kind of interesting.
yeah, Power can get it, but I don't know her age. So like, I would say she's like probably secondary best girl to like, crazy Yandere or whatever dairy she is.
Yeah,
She's
that's
she's way
true.
too petite for me though. That's the thing. But I don't know. She said it was either doing being a prostitute or this, and she took the latter, which is doing this. Yo, she she thought this was the latter. Hey, hey, yo.
I know that was like the funniest shit. I was like, oh damn, it came between like trying to kill demons and then trying to kill demons or like trying to go into prostitution. Like fuck.
Nigga, she'll be a bomb ass prostitute if she has that kind of mental game with weapons, with and demon killing. Nigga, imagine how much, bro. She be the ultimate porn actress.
No. Oh
over
my
here, over
god.
here, over here, just on top, dick riding and shit, talking about it's done. She just stands up. Nothing but semen is everywhere. My God, dick's wiggling like a
Oh my
water hose.
god.
Dick. Poor dude, she's like, damn, dude, she only just 3 pumps and you'll just be nutting. And dude's like, impossible. The biggest, most ugliest bastard walks up to her, she, dicks her down, but ends up losing.
Oh my god.
Ah. She be calling niggas 2 pump chumps and shit. Ah! The reefer goblin got me.
Oh shit.
Ah, shit. Where's the docket? Where is the docket? Yeah, but fucking Chainsaw Man. I don't know. This one gets an 8 out of 10 for me though.
Oh, okay, so here's the weird thing. There was like there was like some people who necessarily didn't like the anime, and they said that one of the reasons was because of the animation.
No, the animation is wonderful. Well,
Yeah, the animation is good. I was like, what's so bad about the animation?
who
Like, I
did it?
don't.
Studio Nappa, right?
Yeah, Mappa did it.
Yeah, no, the Studio Nappa's legit. I guess because I don't know, man. Like, how is it bad? Like, I don't think I ever seen a scene except for like that one scene where Denji jumped into like into like the demon's mouth and tried to kill it that way. That was pretty bad. But then again, we did see two different parts, and we saw the part at the beginning which looked good, but then when they showed it the second time, it looked kind of terrible. But that's
True.
my only gripe with it. But like other than that, the anime's solid.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I'm just trying to figure. I mean, for like the long. I should have asked, but like for the longest, I've been trying to figure out like what what about the anime was trash.
No, it sound like haters. Like, cause
It definitely sounds like haters. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just like, what about this anime was trash?
I have been reading a lot of comments from a lot of keyboard warriors on anime forums and anime discussed comment boards that are under like certain animes and shit. Like Kiss Ass Anime has the biggest one, and it's fucking filled with his assholes. There's this one dude that hated the fact that Denji was just a horn dog whose goals were the most stupidest fucking goals. And they
Some,
hated Mikasa how everybody's scared of her, and they could just dominate her. It was that kind of guy, you know. Like if that
okay,
was
so
me, I would have dominated her and showed her who's boss. And Denji's
oh
too much of a
hell no, that is the
simp.
Walking Death Note.
The Walking Death Note.
Okay,
look how much power needs this Vivica light.
oh, okay. Let's talk about that for a second because that is one of the other major complaints I've been hearing about. Like, oh, I don't like how perverted Denji is because that was actually surprisingly that was actually one of my reasons for probably not watching the anime in the first place either. I was like, wait, so you mean to tell me this dude is just motivated by like titties? That's kind of stupid.
Well, it makes
But
sense
then
once you
like
watch the episode, though.
yeah, when you watch the fucking show, then it makes sense. But at the same time, you also gotta think about it this way. You also gotta think about it this way. This dude is a fucking teenager who didn't really have shit, was over there growing up in the slums, literally had one nut left,
Got his
one
eye
titty
gouged
left,
out.
got his eyes gouged out, and all this other stuff like that. Asking for a titty ain't really asking too much.
Bro, his father left him $38 million in debt. And this nigga slept aside the set with a demon dog. And he was almost done with it, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was almost done with it. Then they
That's
decided
the
like,
wild part.
yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
So what if Denji would have got picked up while like before he became like a fiend?
Damn, I'm kind of curious on that too. I'm not gonna lie.
Damn, so Denji got his eye back and his testicle, right? And his kidney and his heart. He got a lot of other things back. But oh my god. The way how he hasn't got reassembled, bro, he must got some kind of debris in his body, bro. There's no way.
True.
But no, like damn, bro, the bullet demon's that strong? Yo, that death toll is real, by the way.
Oh yeah, the gun demon, yeah.
Yeah, they were saying those are like that's a real number. That's no fancy shit they made up.
I'm still surprised that shit developed in America. I was like, really,
You
really.
like, I was like, fuck. It kind of makes sense though.
It definitely makes sense, but I was like, oh yeah, like most of the demons are like in Japan though, but like the one that's outside of Japan is like the gun devil. And I was
Where's
all
the
like,
nuke demon? The fuck do you mean gun demon? Where's the nuke demon?
probably like in North Korea or some shit.
My guy, the North Korea demons must be wild. Fucking dictator demon.
Dictator demon.
But no, I don't know Power's age. I do want to say like she's like older, but I'm not sure, bro. I haven't looked it up. I want to make so many lewd jokes about Power, but I can't. So I got Kenobi I have to jump on because I think she's like 22.
Yeah, she definitely looks like early 20s.
So how do you like the opening and ending credits with an S?
Yeah, that they were actually. I have to go back and like watch them like after watching the anime because I kind of like skip them, but they're actually pretty good.
Really? Bro, I have to watch each one. Whoever those artists that the commissioners for those, like Studio Napa, thank you for that shit because that shit was amazing.
Because the thing is, when I watch anime, especially like when I'm trying to like binge watch it and stuff like that, I skip the intros and the endings. It makes everything go faster.
No, I feel you. But somebody should put a compilation out though.
Wait, has somebody put out a compilation or no?
I don't know. I had to look that up honestly. But I'm assuming that somebody's gonna do it though.
Yeah, I believe somebody's eventually gonna do it.
Stomp them in the nuts. We'll stomp them in the nuts.
That's got to be an altered item. This thing again. It got into another altered item. I never did like flamingos. Too pink.
It might seem ill. It might seem ill, feeling to be a dream guy till ice cream spills off Mrs. Paul's pie. Tonight's dreams for real. You can see the steam off his nice mean grill. A ill flick of hardcore Lorna Doom. Hot on a platter or either raw on a spoon.
Just Blaze Radio, Just Blaze Radio.
Take out Friday.
For the bootleggers.
He's fortune with the
thank you.
Go sideways, as they say, even though it's little. At least he gets to figure out the riddle in the middle. Once in a blue moon could use a good nutter butter, even if it's homemade, amateur with no cutter. Just linger out to the old man at the cookie bar, and the child standing with his hand all in the cookie jar. Forgot to close it, although he swears he meant her. 50-cent joints with the chewy cherry center. Get caught, arthritis or the itis. First you need to try to find the package that's the tightest.
Just Blaze Radio,
thumbnail, get all in the Gitano. Thin mint or chocolate dip, orange Milano. Petrus Farm remembers nothing dietetic. Sure could use a sugar boost with symptoms of a diabetic. Some have gone blind, like staring at the screen too long while online. Crackers is for the birds, they plain and they break easy. Idaho potato chips is too flaky and greasy. Keep your Triscuits with the icky fake cheese flavor. Give me something sweet and sticky, make the bees chase you. Read the ingredients, make sure you want it. You might be allergic, don't give me nothing with no nuts on it. They come with the territory, testosterone, and enough stress to test Oscar grown.
Me love hot chocolate chips, melt sweetly on me lips. And how about macaroon? You got style that make me swoon. Do me crave coconut? No if, no and, no but. And do me take 5 Newton? Cowabunga, sure as shootin'.
The perfect midnight snack, matter of fact, rid the whole pack.
Okay.
Even if I hit skid black, I have to keep a pack of them.
Okay.
Remember as kids, going back, we always jack stacks of them.
Okay.
In the back, find them on the rack. I need another pack of them.
Okay.
The hype is real. Shade 45.
ご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りしました。
Check my comprehensive catalog of crafts. I'm daft, I battle all like I don't have it all. Avant-garde, Battlestar Galactica, got rhymes per capita. I'm shining through the aperture, but I'm not gonna
figured out that Idris Elba was British.
Oh, that fucked me up. That fucks me up.
No bust no caps for ya. That's another genre. I'm the black bomber, track charmer, sack burner, distract burdens. If it ain't that urgent, nerd prince, word sentinel, invisible, infidel, interstellar, hella clever endeavors, immeasurable with only heaven.
Music power.
The right to dream. There are endless possibilities stretched out before him.
You have to trust in your own power.
Whatever happens from now on, you stand firm and face your destiny without fear, but with courage.
What awaits him down the path, he will then have to choose.
No one's gonna give you a map. You've got to walk your own path.
The children leave their homes in search of this quest.
What is thy desire?
As they search, they are always asking questions. What's out there? What's waiting for me?
Why was I made? Who made me? And what did they make me for?
Are you gonna go up into space with your old man or not? Maybe I'll never get over this. I've lived my life following my dreams, and I don't have any regrets.
You're gonna just keep running away?
Just keep running away? I'm not running.
yourself and create your own destiny. Don't fear failure.
But yeah, let's continue.
Slice of Life Anime of the Year, Whack Ass Dress Up Darling, #1.
How is Dress Up Darling whack?
I honestly don't like
it. It's just a cosplayer who teases her boyfriend.
Yeah, that's just nothing but incel fuel.
Incel fuel? Wow!
That anime is whole incel fuel. Let's be real on that.
Incel fuel? Really? Even though he probably fucks the girl at the end?
Probably. I didn't finish it.
I want to say this is incel. I'll say this is anti-otaku stuff because, like, no, it's waifu. It's honestly a waifu anime. Let's all be real. This is made for like the character to attach the viewer to attach itself to the main character, since the main character is like socially awkward and shit. But my theory still stands about anime.
Incel fuel.
Wow. So socially awkward people are incels? Wow. Dang. Go ahead, King.
No. That's not what I'm 100% saying.
Dang.
That's not what I'm 100% saying.
You hear that, socially awkward boys? You better man the fuck up.
She let me do what I want cause I'm bossy. She let me do what I want cause I'm awesome. Kylie beat, awesome, Johnson. We gon' get married like Nas and Khalees. We gon' break up just like Nas and Khalees. Bombings on my legs, Nikes on my feet. You gon' pay my motherfucking fee. I'm gon' paint her motherfucking feet. We gon' live amongst dearly. They came a long way from hanging in trees. My bitch hair long, look at her weave. All a nigga had to do was believe. Can I have some pussy, bitch please? Can I have some time to myself, bitch leave? Been going through some shit, can a nigga just grieve? Damn it, hoe, that's a new pet peeve. Thumb in her whole red bitch like sleeve. Chain on my neck, got cocaine on my necklace. Been in LA too long, I'm reckless. Yo, ex-girlfriend on my checklist. I don't never know who the fuck I'm texting. Ew, stop hitting me up. Get on my dick, nigga, get on my nuts. Hop on my dick, baby, show me some love. Start my nut, girl, freeze my cum. Might propose, might crease my ones. Pipe her lungs, won't bite my tongue. Pop her ass, I pop my gun. I already know you wanna have my son, yeah. Pop me a perk and I go through her wallet. Made her drip like faucet. She let me do what I want cause I'm bossy. She let me do what I want cause I'm awesome. Kylie beat, awesome, Johnson. We gon' get married like Nas and Khalees. We gon' break up just like Nas and Khalees. Bombings on my legs, Nikes on my feet. You gon' pay my motherfucking fee. I'm gon' paint her motherfucking feet. We gon' live amongst dearly. They came a long way from hanging in trees. My bitch hair long, look at her wig. All a nigga had to do was believe. Can I have some pussy, bitch please?
Can I get some pussy? I'm begging. All of my friends, some fellas. Shawty told me I'm the devil. Jagged edge, we walked out of heaven. Don't leave the crib without my weapon. These niggas snitch like, ooh, I'm telling. She like moves, I show her belly. Put my dick inside her belly. White bitch, she gon' dance like Ellen. Imagine that, just like John Lennon. Imagine all the bitches throwing that ass on me. Ooh wee. I'm impressed by how she wants. Shoot my shot like Rashi Wallace. Strapped up with that whatchamacallit about to
Pop me a perk and I go through her wallet. Made her drip like faucet. She let me do what I want cause I'm bossy. She let me do what I want cause I'm awesome. Kylie beat, awesome, Johnson. We gon' get married like Nas and Khalees. We gon' break up just like Nas and Khalees. Bombings on my legs, Nikes on my feet. You gon' pay my motherfucking fee. I'm gon' paint her motherfucking feet. We gon' live amongst dearly. They came a long way from hanging in trees. My bitch hair long, look at her wig. All a nigga had to do was believe. Can I have some pussy, bitch please?
a man, I give you no break. Not even your eyes, you not give you no breaks. Hey, hey, bad boys, what you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you?
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
ご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
Hit it from the back and drive you wild. Girl, I lose myself up in those eyes.
Let's do this, bitch.
Mine.
No damage, let's go! Take that!
Ignoring him and whatnot, and he's all like, I lost a few pounds, and she looks at him, she looks up from her phone for like a second, and then looks back into her phone and doesn't really give a shit.
Wow! She doesn't or he doesn't?
Luna doesn't give a shit.
Wow, Luna, why she gotta be such a dog?
The fuck?
Best pun ever. Don't call her a bitch, call her a dog.
Damn it.
One lonely evening alone home, end up with carpal tunnel syndrome. It might seem
Coming soon to...
You've just seen clout in action.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Stupid faggot little cocksucker!
Hi. Main system activating combat mode.
Target destroyed. Concluding evaluation. Well done.
ご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
You think you know me?
There's a fear of a nightfall. Darkness comes and covers all. Sometimes we feel things. Sometimes we feel things.
リレーダーへの影響はありません。各機のデータリンク開始。招待の通信回線を開きます。
いや、またよろしく頼む。
アーティストは別の担当になっちゃった。今日は何して遊ぶんだっけ？
イモータルによって汚染された特定施設の破壊です。
そうだった。
ネーションの支配域内で汚染された AI を生産し続けられてたまらない。全にとっても秀分の類だ。
どのくらい壊していい？
好きなだけやる。ただしセイビアから言われたことは覚えてるね。
うん、ちゃんと覚えてる。仲間を撃つってコウの言うことはちゃんと聞く。
それでいい。ないぞ。
へへへ、褒められちゃった。おじさんいい人。壊すときは痛くないように壊してあげるね。
そりゃ嬉しい。
当該施設の周囲には多数の敵性 AI が確認されています。ご注意を。
あちらさんもそう簡単にはやらせない。
停止しました。オーダーの達成を確認。帰還シーケンスを開始します。
もう終わり？壊した
早く帰ってセイビアに任務の守備を報告しないと。
そうだった。兄様褒めてくれるかな？
ああ、きっと褒めてくれるだろう。ルーキーもいい仕事だ。
Closely approach me, suckers mostly. Most try to treat me like greater than toast me impossible. I cut a sucker in small chunks, make more rhymes than Michael Jordan makes slams. I'm slow,
It might seem ill, feeling to be a dream guy till ice cream spills off Mrs. Paul's pie. Tonight's dreams for real. You can see the steam off his nice mean grill.
It's coming.
no future.
This is not meaningless. This result is natural. Commence destruction.
You are stopped on the road to glory! Eternity shall be the symbol of hope for this people.
Yeah, whatever.
That's what I mean. That's the attitude that's ticking people off.
I'm trying to rid myself of my chance.
Stop it, please. So you think you complete God?
Of course not.
Just like it is with the stars. There are bright ones and there are those that are dim.
Why can't I make you understand? This is insane!
Nothing good can ever come from staying with normal people.
この番組は角川書店ランティストご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
命を燃やせ。
Get him up, let him get up, let him get up, let him get up. Yeah, fight back, nigga! Fight back, nigga! Fight back! Fight back!
You so fucking precious when you smile. Hit it from the back and drive you wild. Girl, I lose myself up in those eyes.
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りしました。
There was Chainsaw Man.
Oh
that
yeah,
did kind of end too.
Fuck. So when did we last left off? Because I don't remember.
I think we left off on episode 11, if I remember correctly.
That's when they first showed the angel dude.
Yeah, that's when they first showed the angel dude. Because remember we were talking about like how that was like an oxymoron.
I know, right?
I was like, yeah, that's definitely like an oxymoron move.
Hey man, stomp him in the nuts. I'ma stomp him in the nuts. Stomp him in the nuts. I'ma stomp him in the nuts. Hey yo. The Boondocks energy was strong in this last couple episodes, my guy. Hey, the tiger knee was strong as fuck, wasn't it? And like fucking that whole clash. I know we're like going backwards in episodes, but that whole clash thing in the last episode or whatnot that they did, that was wonderful, my god. I was impressed.
Facts.
But no, let's talk about fucking Crazy Girl Kenobi, or how do you pronounce her fucking name, bro? Yeah, how is she so fucking quiet? It's like she's just. Right? It's like they show the clip of the bad guy there. Cut to the hero, then they go back. She just has a knife at her throat. It's like, where the fuck did she come from?
Facts.
It's like her power is like come into frame. she has. I think she has that same shit Toga has, but like without the being like yandere-ish.
Oh, right.
Cause like, I can't explain what the fuck she is, my guy. She's just like, cause she's extremely timid, extremely scared, and like but she's a murderer. Be like she's pure fucking just death. And then we get the best girl, the Spider Girl.
Oh yeah, we get the Spider Girl.
Yeah, she could tie me up in her web. Mm.
Damn it.
But no, how'd you enjoy Chainsaw Man?
Man, I loved it.
Like, but as a
I
whole?
yeah, I'm definitely like looking forward to more because I was not expecting to like actually like the anime and whatnot.
Yeah, I didn't expect. I was like, everybody's. You know how we both hate when anime gets like overly hyped at us, bro. I didn't suspect this was gonna be that good, but I'm probably not gonna watch season 2. I think I'm just gonna be good with this one.
Wait, how come?
A friend told me something, and like, no, mind you, I'm probably gonna get to it, but I don't want to read it though because like, I believe if I read it, I'm not gonna be able to enjoy it once it comes out fully because this is gonna be an anime now. Now that I know it's gonna be like this, I'm gonna have to wait till the whole anime comes out and then watch it.
True.
And, shit, I still gotta watch JoJo, by the way. Fuck, I didn't finish that yet. I'll probably finish that pretty soon. But no, fucking man, that was Chainsaw Man. I'll give that like, who's best girl, my guy?
I'm gonna have to go with Power. I know like a lot of people like the iPad chick.
Even though eye patch chick could get it, but bro, she threw up a nigga mouth, bro. I can't, bro. She vomited in my mouth, my dude. Oh, like, and she smokes cigarettes too. I can't.
Yeah, that was weird. Well, actually, I'm not gonna say it was weird though, but like,
but like,
that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, Power can get it, but I don't know her age. So like, I would say she's like probably secondary best girl to like, crazy Yandere or whatever dairy she is.
Yeah, that's true.
She's way too petite for me though. That's the thing. But I don't know. She said it was either being a prostitute or this, and she took the latter, which is doing this. Yo, she she thought this was the latter. Hey, hey, yo.
I know that was like the funniest shit. I was like, oh damn, it came between like trying to kill demons and then trying to kill demons or like trying to go into prostitution. Like fuck.
Nigga, she'll be a bomb ass prostitute. She has that kind of mental game with weapons, with impeding killing. Nigga, imagine how much, bro. She be the ultimate porn actress.
No. Oh
over
my
here,
god.
over here, just on top, dick riding and shit, talking about it's done. She just stands up. Nothing but semen is everywhere. Like, dick's wiggling like a water hose. Poor dude, she's like, damn, dude, she only do 3 pumps and you'll just be nutting. And dude's like, impossible. The biggest, most ugliest bastard walks up to her, she, dicks her down, but ends up losing.
Oh my god.
She be calling niggas 2 pump chumps and shit. The reefer goblin got me.
Oh shit.
Shit, where's the docket? Where is the docket? Yeah, but fucking Chainsaw Man? I don't know. This one gets an 8 out of 10 for me though.
Oh, okay, so here's the weird thing. There was like some people who necessarily didn't like the anime and they said that one of the reasons was because of the animation.
No, the animation is wonderful. Well,
Yeah, the animation is good. I was like, what's so bad about the animation?
who
Like, I
did it?
don't.
Studio Nappa, right?
Yeah, Mappa did it.
Yeah, no, the Studio Nappa's legit. I guess because I don't know, man. Like, how is it bad? Like, I don't think I ever seen a scene except for like that one scene where Denji jumped into like into like the demon's mouth and tried to kill it that way. That was pretty bad. But then again, we did see two different parts, and we saw the part at the beginning which looked good, but then when they showed it the second time, it looked kind of terrible. But that's
True.
my only gripe with it. But like other than that, the anime's solid.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I'm just trying to figure. I mean, for like the long, I should have asked, but like for the longest, I've been trying to figure out like what, what about the anime was trash?
No, it sound like haters. Like, cause
It definitely sounds like haters. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just like, what about this anime was trash?
I have been reading a lot of comments from a lot of keyboard warriors on anime forums and anime discussed comment boards that are under like certain animes and shit. Like Kiss Ass Anime has the biggest one, and it's fucking filled with this assholes. There's this one dude that hated the fact that Denji was just a horn dog whose goals was the most stupidest fucking goals. And they hated Mikasa how the way how everybody's scared of her, and they could just dominate her. It was that kind of guy, you know. Like if that
Okay,
was
so
me, I would have dominated her and showed her who's boss. And Denji's
oh
too much of a
hell no, that is the
simp.
Walking Death Note.
The Walking Death Note.
Okay,
look how much powder need this Vivica light.
oh, okay. You know what? Let's talk about that for a second, because that is one of the other major complaints I've been hearing about. Like, oh, I don't like how perverted Denji is, because that was actually surprisingly that was actually one of my reasons for probably not watching the anime in the first place either. I was like, wait, so you mean to tell me this dude is just motivated by like titties? That's kind of stupid.
Well, it makes
But
sense
then
once you
like,
watch the episode, though.
yeah, when you watch the fucking show, then it makes sense. But at the same time, you also gotta think about it this way. You also gotta think about it this way. This dude is a fucking teenager who didn't really have shit, was over there growing up in the slums, literally had one nut left,
Got his
one
eye
titty
gouged
left,
out.
got his eyes gouged out, and all this other stuff like that. Asking for a titty ain't really asking too much.
Bro, his father left him $38 million in debt. And this nigga slept beside a set with a demon dog. And he was almost done with it, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was almost done with it. Then he
That's
started
the
like,
wild part.
yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
So what if Denji would have got picked up while like before he became like a fiend?
Damn, I'm kind of curious on that too. I'm not gonna lie.
Damn, so Denji got his eye back and his testicle, right? And his kidney and his heart. He got a lot of other things back. But oh my god. The way how he got reassembled, bro, he must got some kind of debris in his body, bro. There's no way.
True.
But no, like damn, bro, the bullet demon's that strong? Yo, that depth toll is real, by the way.
Oh yeah, the gun demon, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're saying those are like that's a real number. That's no fancy shit they made up.
I'm so surprised that shit developed in America. I was like, really,
You
really.
like, I was like, fuck. It kind of makes sense though.
It definitely makes sense, but I was like, oh yeah, like most of the demons are like in Japan though, but like the one that's outside of Japan is like the gun devil. And
Where's the
like,
nuke demon? The fuck you mean gun demon? Where's the nuke demon?
Probably like in North Korea or some shit.
My guy, the North Korea demons must be wild. Fucking dictator demon.
Dictator demon.
But no, I don't know Power's age. I do want to say like she's like older, but I'm not sure, bro. I haven't looked it up. I want to make so many lewd jokes about Power, but I can't. So I got Kenobi I have to jump on because I think she's like 22.
Yeah, she definitely looks like early 20s.
So how do you like the opening and ending credits with an S?
Yeah, that they were actually. I have to go back and like watch them like after watching the anime because I kind of like skip them, but they're actually pretty good.
Really? Bro, I have to watch each
Oh my
one.
god, this sounds so delicious.
Whoever those artists that the commissioners for those, like Studio Napa, thank you for that shit because that shit was amazing.
Because the thing is, when like when
Get him up, let him get up, let him get up, let him get up.
Jerked you off at super speed so it's
It might seem ill, feeling to be your dream guide.
ご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りしました。
You gonna say I like Gordon?
If you don't like English voices, why do you read manga in English, bitch?
I've been trying to read Japanese
too lazy
for
to learn
years.
Oh my god, it's so fucking delicious. You can't see me. Still can't see me. What the fuck? It's pointing directly at me. Is it because of the headset? I hope it's not. Well, looks like I got no head movements for now. Or do I just restart? Hold on. We're gonna restart. But nah, fucking today we're just gonna react to this video because I haven't did content in like 10 days, so here we go.
Today's topic. This went viral. This involves voice actress from Overwatch and WestJet, which is a Canadian airline company, one of the biggest here in Canada, up there with Air Canada. Those are two big ones. So think of Delta and United. So apparently the man who's shown here has hit her seat repeatedly for over 20 minutes, according to her. And so she turns around to ask him what happened. And at that point, fuck off! That's what he said.
You just told me to fuck off and now you're getting me to move?
So Trisha, flight attendant, threatens to kick me off the plane several times.
That sounds like main voice actor or the other Asian chick.
Okay, now this goes viral. A lot of people are yelling at WestJet saying how bad it is. Let's take a look.
So the captain is aware of what's going on right now.
Sure.
We have moved you over here. Thank you for moving.
Yeah.
That should solve everything. I didn't see what happened. I don't know, but I don't want you to be using that word again. I know that you're upset.
Could you please ask him not to use that word?
Yes, I will speak with him. But
thank you, I appreciate that.
As I see right now that you've been cursing, and I don't want anything to be a trouble here, okay? So he is aware of it.
Okay.
And we could offload you if you're going to keep saying those words.
Okay, are you going to offer him the same situation?
Well, he seems to be compliant right now. I didn't hear anything.
As I am.
There's stuff missing out of this, a lot of stuff. I want to see what happened in between this. They're probably going to show it anyway. It's like there's a lot of stuff missing out of this between this and her moving.
Too, as I moved over here.
Yes, well, thank you. And there's not going to be any more issues, right?
Is there? I don't think so. I hope not.
Because we can go back to the gate.
Okay.
Okay, you want to go to LA?
I do.
Yeah, what's going on? Why so threatening?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
After the humiliating public speech she made to me, she speaks to them 32 minutes later. As evident by the body language, Trisha does not admonish the man like she did to me. In contrast, he actually touches Trisha's arm. I wasn't able to film this. Okay. I stopped recording out of fear. This is when she aggressively said, "Why are you filming? Why are you causing more problems?" To which I quietly answered that I'm not. She then blocks me from going to the restroom. I have to ask her several times to please let me go to use the restroom.
So we've exchanged photos today. I've got mine for my report that I'm going to be sending to you.
Do you have a problem with me? Is everything okay?
I do have a problem with
I was
you.
the one being cursed at. and I was reaching out. I was telling you what was being said to me.
I want to see in between, because I want to see if she actually like went ballistic after the dude told her to fuck off. Because nobody just has their phone out like that. That ass. Nobody just has their phone out like that.
I was telling you what was being said to me. I was telling you what was being said to me. I was reaching out for help.
I know, but we could have handled this in a more civil.
So wait, she's fired, by the way.
How was it civil when I'm being cursed at? His own wife was looking at me like she was feeling bad.
I heard you cursing.
I was telling you what was being said to me, and I said, he's telling me to fuck off. I never said anything to him. He told me to fuck off. And I said,
that's exactly what you
yes, and I said to him,
do you really need to record
I do, because I need evidence of this. This is ridiculous because I'm being blamed for something. He was kicking and pushing my chair. I looked back and said, oh, chill out, fuck off. And I said, excuse me, did you just tell me to fuck off?
Okay, you don't need to keep saying it. We have other people on the plane and they don't want to hear that.
Why are you not?
Who is?
That the flight attendant.
She's crazy?
That's a crazy person.
She's crazy?
That's a crazy person.
She's definitely fired, bro. Dash. Look at my head now.
Oh my God, me and Freak's about to disagree.
Again! You fucking idiot! Again! Yes, perfect. She's a crazy person. I understand that filming someone is like, she did some stuff like with filming and everything and stuff. But the minute I'm explaining a situation, and I'm saying, yo, he told me this, and I'm saying a word, you're like, don't use that word. I'm like, yo, he's the one that used it. I'm telling you what he said. And you're still, nah.
Okay.
You're a crazy person.
So, real quick. She didn't need to keep saying the word. She was saying the word to antagonize the flight attendant. After you said it the first time, you don't have to keep saying, you don't have to keep saying, he told me to f off. He told me to f off. He told me to f off. She said it 4 times in that 30 seconds.
She's not even yelling. She's like just talking to the person.
It doesn't matter. She's still saying it loud enough for everyone else to hear.
No, I agree. We preach on this because you're going to have to explain what went down. And you're going to have to explain the foul language that went through and shit like that towards you and shit like that. And like, it is kind of weird that like the woman was kind of like, knew what she was doing. But then again, all this is out of context. We need to see both sides of the argument or somebody who's neutral who was recording.
Was talking right now. She keeps saying, he told me to f off. He told me. She's like, can you please stop cursing? No. Yeah, I think it's perfectly acceptable to say to the person on a flight where there's kids, where there's other kinds of people, stop swearing. You can explain the situation without having to repeat the word. It's perfectly fine for the flight attendant to say, can you please stop saying it? The lady doesn't want to stop saying it. Did she not keep repeating it? Was that necessary? After the flight attendant asked her not to say it?
Photos today.
Again!
Asked her not to say. It's perfectly fine for the flight attendant to say, can you please stop saying it? The lady doesn't want to
So the flight attendant does seem kind of toxic in this situation because it seems like she's aggroing a little bit because how way our tone is and everything like that, which is kind of weird. Like, mind you, I feel that she's trying to explain what the fuck going on. There's grown people and kids are going to hear that shit too. If the kids already heard it, then why don't you get mad at the other guy for the foul language? But no.
Stop saying it. Did she not keep repeating it? Was that necessary? After the flight attendant asked her not to say it a bunch of times?
Sure, but it does not escalate the situation by her saying it.
How does it not escalate it?
It doesn't.
If I ask you to do something when I'm trying to de-escalate and you refuse to do what I'm asking you to do.
Just initially, if I'm not just saying, yo, listen, this is what happened. He's pushing me and he told me to fuck off, all right? And right before she repeated it, we're not even there first. We're not even there yet.
That's where you're wrong though. Because you are watching the video, not realizing that they had already had this conversation off camera a bunch of times. So she had mentioned this complaint to her before. So the reason why she's mad at her by that point, before she's ever even repeated it on camera, is because she was already repeating it to her. When she's telling the story on camera and she's talking to the lady.
So the captain is aware of what's going on right now.
Sure.
We have moved you over here. Thank you for moving.
Yeah.
That should solve everything. I didn't see what happened. I don't know, but I don't want you to be using that word again. I know that you're upset. As I see right now that you've been cursing, and I don't want anything to be a trouble here, okay?
Okay. So by the time we've heard it 4 or 5 times, she's already said it a bunch of times. Just for context, but go ahead.
So if I'm telling you right before it's been repeated, I'm telling you, yo, listen, that person is kicking my chair, and when I asked him what's going on, he told me to fuck off. And at this point, you separate us and you threaten me to kick me out. and you're like all lovey-dovey with this motherfucker and everything is being done, but there's something off about that flight attendant. And
yeah. No, there's something off about a flight attendant. I bet she got fired.
Dealing with that. I think she's not dealing it with the she's not really dealing with this the proper way.
And I think there's also something off about this Karen. I think this Asian lady's being a Karen. Okay, she was moved. She felt bereaved. That's fair. The flight attendant shows up. She didn't see the kicking. She didn't see the guy swear. All she hears is you repeating it a bunch of times. She's trying to understand the situation. You keep repeating.
I don't know. I think he yelled. And then this is like the flight attendant does not want to like, deal with any of this shit. That's how it feels like right now.
It. You're taking it as if everything the woman said is true.
No.
Well, yes, because you just told the story. I've been kicked, and he told me to fuck off, and all this stuff. You have no idea what happened the same way the flight attendant does it.
Sure. The only thing I'm gonna say is this: is when you done film and you sat down, you got separated and everything and stuff. Where I think the lady was doing too much was, you already got separated from the dude you documented. You did your thing. You got up to filming again, him doing nothing. That's where I think you went and did too much.
So yeah, she probably gonna feel some type of way, not like you. Flight attendants already don't get treated that well as it is and don't get paid well. You giving them a bunch of flack when she has not witnessed the situation makes no sense. It's like when a cop shows up. If you've been wronged by somebody and a cop shows up and the person who wronged you is acting perfectly calm and sane and you're screaming hysterically and there's no proof of anything,
you're going to get arrested.
You're going to get arrested. All of this is assuming that you're actually the victim. For all we know, you could be lying.
Telling him not to tell me to fuck off. Is it illegal for me to repeat to you what I was told?
To be belligerent and unruly.
I'm being belligerent.
You were being an unruly passenger.
I was being an unruly passenger. You then come over because you heard the fuck off.
See what I don't like either? What I don't like, she said it again.
Yeah.
Okay? What I also don't like is she's cutting off all her responses. So I have no idea what this lady's repeating to everything she's saying, right? You guys notice the way this is edited? We have no idea what the lady says in return. We only hear her part, how she's the victim in all of it. So I'm peeping that interaction of it also.
He looks like, no, I didn't. I just told her to chill. So first of all, he lies. So of course I'm irate from that. Can you understand that? Because he's lying. I turn around and I say to him, you're lying. You told me to fuck off. And then you then proceeded to offer me a seat. And I said, this is my seat. I paid for this seat. I'm okay. I'm okay. I want to sit here. And when I proceeded to not move over to this seat, I'm going to get you deported. And he told me to fuck off. I think your bias is showing. This is discriminatory. Because there's nothing I've done outside of, I was looking to you for help. I never even cursed at him. I never cursed at you. I just told you what was happening. And because you were upset.
She really likes doesn't want to deal with this shit.
Before you got onto the phone, I was like, okay, I will. So I moved over. I moved over to this seat. This is not my seat. That's my seat. I should be sitting there. You know that. But you moved me over, making me out to be the threat. Why are you being biased in a situation that you yourself said you were not a part of? You said that. You didn't hear anything, but for some reason, you took their side. Later on, you go and speak to them. They touch your arm. You guys are smiling. You're having some sort of friendly conversation, which is obviously not the same type of attitude you had towards me.
I asked his side of the story, and he said he was just trying to put something under the seat. Okay, so how about we just separate you guys? We all want to go to LA. We want to get to where we want to go peacefully.
Also, fucking cussing at someone asking you a question is kind of crazy, by the way. I'll probably be like, yikes. Probably letting somebody come to fuck off. I'll probably be like, hey, yo, you good?
Come on, what I said. She's crazy. Not the flight attendant, but that lady. She keeps on going and going and going and going. Like, it could have been well, I know she's crazy. She's like, it could have been done a whole long time ago. As a matter of fact, it was already over. Now you're making a thing out of a thing that's not a thing. Like, it's just a question of, this whole thing is because you feel bad because you feel that you were made out to be a threat. She just moved you so that there's no problem on the plane.
Well, I mean, she feels wrong because the person.
She wanted to keep her seat and she wanted to have both of them moved. That's what the issue was. And since she was a single passenger, it's easier to move her to another seat where she could sit there with a single instead of being a double.
kick the seat, and I've had someone do that to me on a flight before, right? And listen, sometimes people will hit the recliner. These seats are already small. It hits your knees. You're like, yo, don't recline your seat. I've heard people get mad about shit like that. Okay, whatever. He hits the seat, tells you to fuck off. This happened initially. Let me say, I believe you 1,000%. If you don't have witnesses, if this is not recorded, I'm not sure what you're expecting the flight attendant to do.
This whole row.
That's not the attitude you had.
Listen, he's a tall man. It's small seats.
And he cursed at me. And what you were supposed to do...
Maybe he did. Okay, maybe he did. But
why am I being moved? He lied to you. Do you understand that, Trisha? It's Trisha, right?
Trisha, wow.
It's Trisha, right?
Maybe he did.
Is it? It's
Don't
Trisha?
say my name.
He did.
Yes, she's a Karen. Can we
That
finally
ass.
agree? Is she a Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Move the fuck on. You got a whole row to yourself.
Devil's advocate, I don't think she really necessarily handled it bad. I think she actually did a good job. She did an okay job.
She wanted to see the view.
She did an okay job.
No,
I'm gonna be saying no.
She wanted to see that view.
I changed my mind. You're right.
Because no, I'm not gonna say no. She not. No, she did a good job. Cause I'm gonna go back on what I said. And I say I apologize. Cause she don't know. She got a whole ass flight. She got to deal with this whole ass flight and more than 2 motherfuckers bickering over a fucking seat being reclined and a word. Like, so what am I gonna do? Keep him like that? No, it's gonna escalate into something else. I'm gonna separate you, and it's easier to separate one person than 2 people, right? Move a whole ass 2 people in it. So she did what she had to do. First, what she was dealing with that person and separating them. They were boarding, so technically she wasn't paid, so she don't have to be nice to you.
Hey, maybe he did. Maybe
Can you tell me your name again? It's Trisha,
Yes,
right?
it's Trisha.
I'm Charlotte.
Now,
and you were supposed to speak to him.
I did speak to him.
You berated me, then you told me that I was going to be the one off-boarded, and then you moved me over. I told you I didn't want to move.
Then you could have gone off the plane.
Why am I being moved? And then you started taking pictures of me.
So she didn't even want to move seats. No.
Trish, I apologize.
You were given a whole row. Get this broad out of here, bro.
I apologize.
Listen, I could
Trisha.
understand feeling aggrieved because you're not believed.
Yes.
And somebody may have hit your seat. I could understand that.
Over
but
it.
everything you did after that is how a toddler and a Karen acts. I'm sorry. You don't get my sympathies. I know a lot of people want to shit on flight attendants or companies or whatever, but that flight attendant doesn't deserve none of that. I'm siding with her in this situation.
All right. Sorry about that.
Crazy.
Trish. My bad, Trish.
And you know what? You're an Overwatch actress, so you got a bit of a following online and shit. You're a little bit semi-famous. You're also incredibly entitled. That's crazy behavior. And also just watch how this shit's edited. You realize you don't see any of her responses. If Charlotte wants to be believed, she released the full video. Release the whole video.
Not edited.
Not halfway.
It's probably she probably can't even release the whole video or whatnot because how TikTok works and everything like that. So she probably has the full video in there, but she probably just only uploaded the TikTok. Thus meaning we're not gonna get the whole thing because TikTok's only like what? For long videos, like 10 minutes, I think. Oh, what's wrong with my camera? Yeah, I'm fucking hold on, let me bring this right here. Yeah, my camera's off center. Hold on, I can fix that. There we go. Perfect. All right.
After you've already said the F word 100 times. Yo, get the fuck up out of here. And now she's running some kind of campaign against WestJet. Yo, this broad's a Karen. That's what I think. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Trish. My bad.
Yeah, Trisha, you deserve better.
I overreacted.
Yeah, if anything happens to you, reach out to us. We'll do a follow-up, okay?
Sorry about that.
Best of luck to you, girlfriend.
But no, that flight attendant definitely got fired.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm probably gonna have to end up making real my ride account to play this game, by the way. But the new Arcane came out. I'm definitely gonna watch that once it's done.
You can try to run.
I'm probably gonna watch it tomorrow.
Me, I run this place. That girl with a gun? Coming through.
They changed her fucking music a little bit. Looks like.
Boom, let's play.
Ooh. Please, if you're gonna do a trailer, please don't add live footage from the fucking show, cause that shit looks super fucking weird.
Time to throw down.
I'm not gonna use those graphics or whatnot. No. Oh my god, it's getting destroyed. Okay, that's hilarious. Yo, what's up with Crazy Girl Syndrome in 2024, bro? Like, that's like the third crazy girl we've seen like in like media right now. Oh yeah, I forgot I was watching this. Hey, Sakura Stardust, let's go. Finally some content. I hate her keyboard. I hate her fucking keyboard, bro. I hate her keyboard.
If you've been a part of the Stardust Crusaders for a while, you're likely no stranger to Japan's forbidden search topics. If you're new, well, there is a whole genre of
Bro, I hate her fucking setup, bro. Oh, these lights are so bright.
Japanese internet dedicated to web Stardust Crusaders for a while.
How bright is her fucking keyboard right now? Oh, it's that bright. So when she's leaning on the desk, you can see the LED on her chin.
If you've been a part of the Stardust Crusaders for a while, you're likely no stranger to Japan's forbidden search topics. If you're new, well, there is a whole genre of Japanese internet dedicated to web pages and pieces of media online that no one should ever search under any circumstances. There are a lot of these forbidden search topics, and I've covered many of them over the years. In today's video, we'll be exploring the most infamous of these, the greatest hits of the forbidden Japanese internet, if you will.
Putin love
this
fairies?
webpage has been up for at least 2 decades and has been solidified in infamy for its bizarre message and background. The webpage name Love Fairy Purintin is considered something you should never search in Japan, and some people do so as a test of courage, in the same sense as visiting a haunted house. It's got all these cute little animal things and colorful text, but makes you feel a little uneasy. Maybe it's the photo of the woman or just the site's overall motif. Welcome. It's no coincidence that you ended up here. You have been guided here by the Love Fairy Purintin, using the vibrations of our heart. These vibrations seek true love and happiness. Feel love spark within you. Upon entering the site back in the day, you could hear music as well as a woman's voice welcoming you. The woman's name is Mimiko Hime. Yeah, that kanji combo is a little confusing. Anyways, Mimiko Hime is here to tell you about these magical beings called Purintin. They are love fairies that form when 2 hearts become 1. And according to Mimiko Hime, they are very real. And the visitor is an angel sent direct.
So she put 2 hearts together to make a that's pretty smart design.
To her webpage, and you have to tune into your own heart in order to be truly happy and enlightened. The site shares stories and illustrations of these Purintin characters and even sells them. The blue one is said to help you awaken your talents, and the green one is to keep you in good health. You can see Mimiko Hime herself wearing one in the homepage
they're so
photo.
big!
With all of that said, it all seems pretty harmless, right? And yet, it still to this day remains an infamous topic you're never supposed to search. Among the
Why though? Are you able to buy them? If you're able to buy them, that'd be cool.
The most infamous, actually. For decades, many have felt something is just off about the site, especially when it came to the audio that played on it. This site especially caught the attention of Tuchan users, who advised others to mute their audio before visiting the site. Some made claims that the audio could manipulate or brainwash you to believe in Mimiko Hime's beliefs. Mimiko Hime herself began being referred to online as a denpa. While this term directly means electric frequencies or radio frequencies, in this context, it's a slang term for people who are extremely delusional. A denpa essentially is somebody who lives inside a fantasy world they created and wholeheartedly believes that their fantasies and characters within those fantasies are real. Sometimes to a dangerous extent. Needless to say, there are many denpa associated with the do not search term. Love Fairy Pudding Teen blew up in popularity due to its online notoriety, getting 1 million views each year when it was still a fairly new webpage. And for a personal webpage in 2004 in Japan...
Yeah, she was selling something. Of course she was fucking getting millions of views.
1 million visitors a year was a lot. Each visitor tried to decipher the intentions of this webpage and find any deeper meaning behind it all. The Love Fairy Pudding Teen webpage is still up and running to this day, though if you look at the site now, it's changed quite a bit. Mimeko Hime actually agreed to an interview quite recently and explained the change was due to the second generation of Mimeko Hime taking over. That second generation Mimeko Hime being
She has generations? That's crazy.
Her granddaughter. This interview demystified a lot of aspects of this webpage. It was eventually discovered that these Love Fairy characters are actually part of a bedtime story that Mimeko Hime told her sons when they were small children. The OG Mimeko Hime today is active on Twitter. She's published multiple books on these Love Fairy characters and is actually pretty amused by the whole forbidden...
So this is more wholesome than scary, actually. Probably gonna give some scary stuff during Labor Day. Or is it on Veterans Day? One of the two.
Search topic thing being associated with her webpage. Honestly, it's fascinating what is considered creepy to people in Japan. Did you find the site unsettling at any point? When I do research, I often fear viruses. My lost media enthusiasts out there are likely familiar with the Internet Archive, a site that was not hacked once, but twice this past month, leaving 31 million users affected. You are more vulnerable than ever in today's digital landscape. I feel secure because I use Aura, today's sponsor. Aura monitors your personal data, including your social security number, across billions of data points like the dark web and public court records to alert you about potential identity theft. They also provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance in case the worst does happen. And it doesn't stop there, friends. Aura offers a variety of other features to keep you safe in that big scary back alley we call the internet, including real-time alerts for data breaches, a VPN for secure browsing, and a password manager to help you create and store strong passwords. Don't leave yourself exposed to these online threats. There's no way I am. Check out aura.com/Sakura Stardust to try 2 weeks for free. This is enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed.
Be risky. Be's risky. Oh, they're on Spotify?
This is the 4th studio album by the popular Japanese rock duo Beezies, a release that is believed to be cursed. This is due to an observance that occurred back in 1993, 3 years after the album's official release. The owner of this specific CD witnessed what they describe as paranormal activity every time they would try and play the CD itself. Stuff like volume fluctuating on its own, the number of tracks, and even what's actually playing on the CD changing as well. Not even being Beezy's music to begin with. What actually plays isn't often conventional music at all. Instead, it sounds like people howling in pain. Sometimes there will be seconds of silence before the footage of the CD being played in real time in front of an audience.
I'm sorry, I'm gooning for this whole month.
ちょっとね、ボリュームが小さいんですよ。
Oh, they faked that. Boo, that's fake.
The clip stuck with many for years, and
that has to be staged. There's no way.
It was a topic of discussion for many online later on. Many recall being scared by the CD and the unexplained phenomena that occurred when playing it. It was kind of a weird urban legend until the footage itself began surfacing online. I've even seen a number of people witnessing it for the first time online as well who were pretty freaked out by it. While no explanation was given officially, aside from the CD itself being cursed or haunted, people have formed theories over the years. So, that strange groaning noise? It's actually from a 1990 experimental noise track by Keiji Haino. This artist has been active since the 1970s and is known to produce music in a wide range of styles. It's been speculated that the strange noises were a result of a print error on that specific copy of Risky. Haino and Beezy's are not under the same record label though, so this kind of printing error is especially unusual. That also doesn't explain the fluctuating volume and track listings. Bizarre haunted tracks on CDs have actually been a hot topic in Japan multiple times. For example, a track from a Hiromi Iwasaki CD has distorted and unsettling vocals present in the background. This started an urban legend claiming the voice was that of a ghost, though it's been said to just be audio that was not properly mixed down and processed. This is just one of many examples. This is an anti-drug PSA that aired within Ishikawa Prefecture in 1987.
I don't get it.
覚醒剤による妄想幻覚。人間やめますか？覚醒剤やめますか？
While there are many disturbing PSAs to air throughout Japan's history, this one is known for its unsettling audio that accompanies its visuals. It's very brief, but impactful nonetheless.
Oh, it's on
There is
Nico
no
Nico.
background music, no sound effects, just the screaming of a distressed woman, a pause, and narration that follows it. The first visual is of a woman with blue skin and yellow eyes. The pose seems to be inspired by The Scream, a painting by Edward Munch. The woman screaming states that she's about to be destroyed. The next scene is a man falling from a large syringe into barbed wire. The narration then asks the viewer, do you want to stop being a human? Or do you want to quit methamphetamine?
Oh, they have meth.
Overall,
Oh, they have meth issues in Japan? I didn't know that.
all a very short and direct.
Given how Japan is and everything like that, you would think like they're the most drug-free country or have the lowest drug rates ever. But hold on, let's look at Japan's drug rates. Oopsie, gotta press F11. Japan drug rates. Nope. Oh, that's the pricing system. Illegal drugs. Let's see. First of all, methamphetamine abuse in Japan is at the end of World War II. During World War II, methamphetamines was sold under the name Philfon. Which is used in many people, soldiers, factories, workers, humans, and testament. So they have meth issues? That's crazy. What about marijuana? Drug seizures. 2016, 2014, 2011. Tradies and conversions. In order to promulgated the cannabis control law, which clearly cultivation and transportation and sales of personal use of cannabis without the approval of the government or cultivation possession, use of marijuana is not allowed, and even collection of marijuana. Even the collection of mature wild marijuana leaves is illegal. You don't get high off the leaves, you get high off the fucking nugs. In March of excuse me, hold on. At the same time, I see some. Japan. Promulgated. How do you say that word? Honestly, promulgated. Yeah, promulgated. Strong. Interest begins. Some youths, but the problem was organic Soviet is still pretty serious. Do you saw the references? Okay, I just want to learn about marijuana. So like, I've been hard on drugs for like a while in Japan. Like my family members like ended up getting deported because of that shit. For a paragraph, okay. Let's do this. Let's continue.
Step back, everyone.
Not yet.
Anti-drug PSA. Many in Japan recall seeing this PSA on TV as children, abruptly cutting to the screaming with no warning whatsoever following the previous ad, which, of course, left a lasting impact. Some may see the ad as being more disturbing than it actually was due to their memories of experiencing it as a child, which adds to its status as a forbidden search topic.
I don't know.
Some
in the background?
still
No,
find
okay.
this ad quite
I'd make sure I didn't have any
unsettling
porn or anything
nonetheless.
like that. Matter of fact,
The "Do You Want to Stop Being Human" line is from a campaign that began back in 1983, intending to be as impactful as 1982's Kitchen Mother PSA, another
Kitchen
forbidden
Mother's
search
crazy.
topic within Japan.
最近、
覚醒剤は家庭の一本の覚醒剤。それがあなた自身を廃人にしてしまうばかりか。
Yeah, this shit's even scary for like. Imagine watching this as a kid. Like you're like this seems just like nightmare feel low key. Imagine you're a little kid watching this as a little kid and whatnot. You see like this little girl crying next to her mom, who obviously looks like she's dozed out of her mind, and it just zooms into black while the mom fades in the background.
The scare tactic, as well as the phrasing in the ad itself, have been criticized while the ads were still airing.
Fairy Tale Village. I heard about this in the manga.
Mershen Village is an amusement park in Takeo City of Saga Prefecture. If you look at photos of the park itself, it seems like the typical small amusement park you would see in rural Japan. When you Google the name of the park, these are not the results you will get, though.
Ooh. Oh, that's a person. Okay, that's creepy. What Japanese person is doing this right now? You're fat too, you can tell.
Kind of became this, placing it on the radar of many concerned internet users. Many had no idea what to make of it, not even knowing if the park was still open or even existed at all. Some assumed it was someone impersonating the park's official account, or that the park simply just went out of business. But looking into the account itself enough shows you that it was normal at one point in time. One day, though, it just wasn't. Some of the most jarring posts feature the disfigurement of the park's mascot. His name is Don Gurisu. There's also a trend of repetitive text. Sometimes in the post itself, other times in photos. Such as this.
No, the Donkey Kong 2 Famicom cartridge. No, that's a waste of money. Even though people still buy this shit.
This example of writing all over a Donkey Kong Country 2 cart. This one says, "It hasn't collapsed," over and over again. In this context, it translates best to, "It hasn't gone under," which is likely in response to someone assuming the park itself closed or went under, hence these constant bizarre tweets. The repeated words are even observed in the account name itself. Sometimes there's just no text at all. Just these images taken at night or in strange locations. As far as a legitimate explanation, Martian Village's creepy posts especially ramped up leading up to Golden Week one year, which is a holiday period that sees a lot of travel. The park's popularity has only grown since these posts started occurring, with many horror and occult enthusiasts in Japan wanting to visit the park now. The unsettling posts still occur.
After this, I'm gonna take a small shit.
And no official explanation was ever provided.
Fan art showcase. Hold on, I'm gonna take a mad shit real quick. Be right back, guys. I gotta open the doo-doo gates. Let my poo-poo flow out.
Mic off.
Check my comprehensive catalog of crafts. I'm daft, I battle all like I don't have it all. Avant-garde, Battlestar Galactica, got rhymes per capita. I'm shining through the aperture, but I'm not gonna
figured out that Idris Elba was British.
Oh, that fucked me up. That fucks me up.
No caps for ya. That's another genre. I'm the black bomber, track charmer, sack burner, distract burdens. If it ain't that urgent, nerd prince, word sentinel, invisible infidel, interstellar, hella clever endeavors, immeasurable with only heaven.
Music power.
The right to dream. There are endless possibilities stretched out before you.
You have to trust in your own power.
Whatever happens from now on, you stand firm and face your destiny without fear, but with courage.
What awaits him down the path, he will then have to choose.
No one's gonna give you a map. You've got to walk your own path.
The children leave their homes in search of this quest.
What is thy desire?
As they search, they are always asking questions. What's out there? What's waiting for me?
Why was I made? Who made me? And what did they make me for?
Are you gonna go up into space with your old man or not? Maybe I'll never get over this. I've lived my life following my dreams, and I don't have any regrets.
You're gonna just keep running away?
Just keep running away? I'm not running.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Believe in yourself and create your own destiny. Don't fear failure.
But yeah, let's continue.
Slice of Life Anime of the Year, Whack Ass Dress Up Darling, #1.
How is Dress Up Darling whack?
I honestly don't like
it. Is this a cosplayer who teases her boyfriend?
Yeah, that's just nothing but incel fuel.
Incel fuel?
Wow!
That
anime is so incel fuel. Let's be real on that.
Incel fuel? Really? Even though he probably fucks the girl at the end?
Probably. I didn't finish it.
I wouldn't say this is incel. I'll say this is anti-otaku stuff because, like, no, it's waifu. It's honestly a waifu anime. Let's all be real. This is made for like the character to attach the viewer to attach itself to the main character, since the main character is like socially awkward and shit. But my theory still stands about anime.
Incel fuel.
Wow. So socially awkward people are incels? Wow. Dang. Go ahead, King.
No. That's not what I'm 100% saying.
Dang.
That's not what I'm 100% saying.
Hear that, socially awkward boys? You better man the fuck up. damage. Let's go. Take that.
Ignoring him and whatnot, and he's all like, "I lost a few pounds." And she looks at him. She looks up from her phone for like a second, and then looks back into her phone and doesn't really give a shit.
Wow, she doesn't or he doesn't?
Luna doesn't give a shit.
Wow, Luna, why she gotta be such a dog?
The fuck?
Best pun ever. Don't call her a bitch, call her a dog.
Damn it.
One lonely evening alone home, end up with carpal tunnel syndrome. It might seem
coming soon to...
You've just seen clout in action.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Stupid faggot little cocksucker!
Hi.
Main system activating combat mode.
と69キロになった景色は頑張って彼女を幸せにしてあげてね。
The message in the video is simple enough, as the man is discussing their weight loss goals. Originally being 89 kilograms or around 196 pounds. The man is speaking to themselves in a year from now, saying they hope they'll be around 69 kilograms or somewhere around 150 pounds by then. Seems like they're just affirmating their personal health goals. But that doesn't explain what the heck's going on with his face, as it gets more and more disfigured as the video goes.
Yeah, it's just artifacting. It's probably got corrupted during the editing or when he was uploading it. That's the only way how you get this or whatnot.
On. You can't even make his face out by the end of the video. While the quality of the video itself is admittedly not great, the most distortion definitely comes from the man's face. So it's not an issue of the video quality itself.
Well, no, it is, because look at the shoulders and the side right here. You can see artifacting live. So whatever is like, so, okay, this is white space right here, or cream, or whatever, right? You don't get to see the artifacting there. You see the artifacting here whenever there's fucking color or whatnot.
Face is directly becoming more disfigured.
And also his side right here is coming more, hold on, you guys can see my, my mouse. There we go. Yeah, so, you guys still can't see my mouse. That's crazy. Hold on. There we go. So right around here, you see the artifacting that's going on or whatnot. It looks a lot more smaller on the screen now I'm looking at right now than here. But yeah, fucking this is artifacting. That's it.
The current NND upload, while having been up since 2011, is actually a re-upload. So who this original uploader themselves is truly a mystery now. Judging by the previous comments left online, this video was lost or difficult to find for a short period around 2015. It's possible that this was the time the original upload was deleted. The re-uploads account itself hasn't been active since 2014, and it's simply a guest account with no specific information provided. A wide variety of content can be found on the profile it provided.
Wait, what? The fuck is this? It says YouTube. What the fuck is this? That's definitely a dude's ass and an arm and a face.
Wide variety.
Yeah, what is that?
Variety of content can be found on the profile itself, though. Also, does anyone happen to know what anime this is? That dance animation is smooth. What I can personally infer is that this account re-uploads popular videos, or at least it used to. So it can also be inferred that the original You in 1 Year video was relatively unknown until it went viral in 2011. This is just based on when a lot of the comments and discussion had occurred, as well as when it was re-uploaded by others. So why does the video do this? Is the distortion on the face intentional? Many believe it was, based simply on the quality of the footage not being consistent. Though if the original uploader decided to delete the video when it started getting a lot of attention, then perhaps it wasn't intentional. Some believe the glitch to have occurred when the video was uploaded to NND. This was actually a pretty common occurrence, as NND was known to have many glitches back in its formative years. The most famous of these glitches are also do not search topics, known as the 7 wonders of NND, though there are way more than just 7.
Is crazy.
Some have tried proving the NND glitch theory with info present within that original upload, but since that OG upload is long gone, and NND videos just cannot be archived, it's a whole thing, I go into it here, this unusual mystery may never be solved.
I have to go. That's ominous, by the way.
Many of you have likely already heard of the Minky Momo urban legend, the one where natural disasters occur every time the finale airs on television in Japan.
Yo.
But did you know?
Yo, that's, oh yeah, I heard it. She did a video on that. I didn't rewatch that video. It's been so long.
There's a similar one related to an airing of the long-running anime Doraemon. This is a famous urban legend that's been circulating since the 90s.
Oh, now listen to Zelda? Wow.
To begin, Doraemon was written by two people, Hiroshi Fujimoto and Moto Abiko. Together, this duo formed the famous Fujiko Fujio pen name from 1953 until 1987, but had been creating manga together as early as elementary school. The pair had a number of successful releases throughout the 50s and 60s, even founding an animation studio that worked on an episode of Astro Boy. This episode is lost now, by the way. Fujiko Fujio truly became a household name with Doraemon. From here, it remained popular for decades to come. Fujimoto passed away in 1996 at age 62. On the exact date of Fujimoto's passing, September 23rd of 1996, an episode of Doraemon was airing on TV Asahi. One that many will never forget. This was a surprise airing of Doraemon, one that was unannounced and never re-aired after this night. There are an abundance of eyewitness accounts of this episode. While details vary, this is what most witnesses had to say about it. The episode began airing at midnight on the night of September 23rd, 1996. This was far from the typical time slot for Doraemon. This episode had no title card. The typical opening was not displayed either. Just a cold opening into the episode's contents. That being a shot of Nobita, the series protagonist, walking down a street. Some say this was the typical neighborhood street shown in the anime. Some say it was an unfamiliar city street. Either way, the shot took place at night. It was dark out, just as it was outside in real life. The scene captures Nobita walking from behind, just showing the back of his head as he walks. This scene continues for at least 10 minutes. Just Nobita walking down a street. But suddenly, Nobita stops. He slowly turns around to look directly at the viewer. With a bittersweet smile, he finally speaks. "Ikanakia," he says. "I have to go." With that, the episode abruptly ends.
Wait, what? What kind of creepypasta is this, bro?
Most who witnessed this episode agree on one thing. The voice of Nobita was not that of the official voice actor. It sounded like a much older man. The biggest Doraemon fans among the eyewitness accounts say that this voice belonged to none other than Hiroshi Fujimoto. A short time later, Fujimoto's passing was officially announced to the public.
Oh, that's why it's creepy.
There are
creators who die after the ongoing show is still going. It's kind of sad to me or whatnot. Cause like I don't think Berserk's gonna get another chance to get animated, but like I'm gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait till it gets 100% finished though, which is, I can't wait until like Berserk is 100% finished.
There are a few theories regarding this episode. Some speculate that it was recorded in advance, as a way to pay tribute to Fujimoto. Others feel the timing and subject matter does not fit this, and that it was a paranormal hijacking of the station. A way for Fujimoto to say goodbye. A large number of people recalled this episode, like a surprisingly large number. TV listings, newspapers, and public records were looked into in response to this, but no proof of this paranormal Doraemon episode has ever been found. Nonetheless, it remains a long-standing forbidden search topic. This search term refers to the abandoned office of Ego Elando or Smile Land. Searching this name on Google will bring up a decaying building with smiling faces on it. That in itself is unpleasant to look at, but it doesn't end there. Despite the building being run down and unkept, the company's webpage is still up and accessible. From what I can gather, it's been up since 1995, and probably hasn't changed a whole lot since then. It's simple, but unsettling nonetheless. When continuing to look at the company's webpage, a few unusual statements are found. There's information of the site's creator, named Hasashi-chan, as well as what Egorando is. It also lists the person's marriage history or lack of for some reason. Hisashi-chan claims to want to brighten the world with Egorando character products, promising rare and cute characters. As for the characters in question, I'm assuming they're these guys right here. There is a character introduction page on the site map, but it's no longer up. There are also links to stores where merch can be purchased, but these links also don't lead to anything anymore. It lists stores in Ginza and Shibuya, but then clarifies that these are just separate online stores, and that there are no actual physical stores. There is also a store instructions page that is pretty outdated, saying it only accepts bank transfers and not credit cards, and that the site does not support browsing on phones. Pretty odd for a site that's still up and running in 2024. But then we come to these tabs, instructing visitors on how to change the world with inventions and prayer, as well as change the world with foretelling prophecies and by becoming a king. These pages are still up and running. The prayer section even has a virtual church with fictional characters that serve as the gods there. These character names are also on the banner image of the webpage, and even on the house itself. The prophecy and king section is where the tonal shift is quite extreme, and the site owner makes some pretty intense statements and predictions. Now would probably be a good time to mention that Hasashi-chan is also considered among the infamous Denpa of the Japanese internet.
Okay.
The building itself, located near Lake Kawaguchi in Yamanashi, has become a tourist spot in itself, and it's often visited and photographed. In some of these photos, you can
Yo, I actually want to go here. This is one of the reasons why I want to go to Japan, just actually wonders like this.
see some paintings are more fresh in appearance, suggesting that the building is still occupied, to an extent. This is the name of a YouTube video. When searching for this name, in Japanese of course, on YouTube or NND, you get this.
Who is that? I've seen this dance before, but I forgot what film this was. I think this was King Kong, I think?
The visuals themselves are easily identified, taken from the movie Metropolis.
Oh, this is Metropolis,
the
okay.
1927 silent
Thought
film,
it was King
not
Kong.
the Osamu Tezuka adaptation. What's particularly shown is this famous dance scene. Only sped up to look more uncanny, though the original scene was intended to be quite uncanny as well. Also, side note, it appears the Japanese internet refers to this character as VIP Sensei or Veep Sensei. The meme itself has Veep Sensei dancing to an English fan parody of the Forest Maze song from Super Mario RPG. And this in itself was a huge meme from 2007 to like 2010. The Japanese internet, everyone. Back to the cursed forbidden upload though. It leaves a lot of questions unanswered, and the voice is synthetic and jarring. With all of that said, and taking into account the title itself, this video is supposed to be replicating a dream this poster had. Probably.
Must have been a wet dream.
This uploader has apparently uploaded various edits with footage from Metropolis. The last video was uploaded about 14 years ago, though. Hello everyone, and welcome to the end of the video. I usually have something clever or silly or probably pretty cringe to say at this point in time, but I can't think of anything this time around. This month has been a little crazy. I have to get surgery soon, and I'm just a bit of a mess. But either way, I'm gonna deliver these Patreon shoutouts, and I hope you guys like the video.
Yeah, that was from Sakura Stardust. I like her content a lot. I've been stuff for like almost like a couple years now. I think it's since COVID. Like, I followed a bunch of people during COVID, especially her.
Anyways, huge thank you to Rain Summer, Kyle Hockenberry, Lost Library Book,
Yeah, let's go to the next video.
Strange, Spencer Lynn.
Ah, yes, Meat Canyon. Good old Meat Canyon. Ugh.
Step back, everyone. I'm gonna transform. It's hero time. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh,
God!
Ben!
Oh, my arm!
You broke your goddamn
Jesus.
arm! Ben! Ben, you broke your goddamn arm again! You broke your arm!
No, I didn't. I'm just transforming into a creepy, spooky alien.
Oh my God, Grandpa, what happened to Ben? He brought down the force of God on his 10-year-old little boy wrist and broke his goddamn arm!
Shut the fuck up, Grandpa. Or I'll knock your old ass out.
Your bones are weak, Ben. You're only a 10-year-old boy, you know that? You're just a little boy!
Yeah, well, I got a dick on me like a 40-year-old. Is that right, Gwen?
That's right, Ben. Ben, you're only a 10-year-old boy, you know that? You're just a little boy!
Yeah, well, I got a dick on me like a 40-year-old. Is that right, Gwen?
The shipping's crazy.
That's right, Ben. Oh, God, I knew you two were fucking. Just grab his legs and let's get him into the van.
It's hero time, goddammit! I'm a 10-year-old boy who's gonna save the goddamn world!
He's crying. Alright, next one. This is inspired by GT Ito, by the way.
I have never been a person that can use the restroom in public. Sometimes I can do a 1, but it's impossible to make a 2 in public. The strangers moving about the restroom while I'm at my most vulnerable is so terrifying and humiliating to me. My date with Sarah is going so well. But I may have to call it quits so I can go home and release this loaf. It's so painful.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna freshen up real quick. Wait here for me, will you?
I kind of hate this, low-key.
Maybe I can be quick. In and out. Sarah won't even know that I used the restroom. It's better than stinking up my pants again.
Ew. I had it. I'll do this like again.
Come on, hurry up and leave.
So this is kind of an actual fear that I found out researching this. Like, I don't have this fear, but I just hate using public bathrooms because a lot of that shit's gross. Motherfuckers don't be clean after themselves. Motherfuckers be shotgunning the toilet and shit like that, pissing over everything. Like, have you ever been to like a fucking public event where you just go to the bathroom, take a shit, and you just see like piles and piles and piles and piles of doo-doo? No toilet paper, by the way, so you know these motherfuckers wiped.
Damn it. No noise. That means everyone must be gone. What the?
Are you gonna keep us waiting all day? Why do you play such silly games with us? Why not release your sweet music into that porcelain bowl?
Ew. I hate it too. I hate this because fucking I hate how this is one lock keeping you from not getting destroyed by whatever's outside. Like, put a whole door there or a lock or whatever. I know it's there for like for people to like easily to get in to help person who's in distress, but fuck!
Occupied!
You've been occupying stalls your whole life, rarely giving blessings back to the bowl. But you are no longer in control.
Please, leave me alone!
Do you feel it moving slowly through your intestines?
Go away!
Ew.
Please, just go away!
Even before the breach, we can smell how selfish your burden will be. Only giving gifts to the toilet at your home, not to the porcelain of the people. But you can't hide from it now, can you?
Fine! I'll do it, okay? Are you happy? I'm gonna do it! Just please, leave me alone!
Thomas?
Sarah? Get out of here! It's not safe!
Thomas, what are you talking about? No one's in here. I heard screaming. What's going on?
Nothing. Just on a call with my dad. It's a personal call, okay? So I'll meet you outside in a second. All right? All right, Sarah? Sarah? Hello?
Wrong answer, Thomas.
Oh my God!
Poor little Thomas. Can't go boom boom in public.
Do you have anything to say before your expulsion, Thomas?
Why are you doing this? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Sarah?
3, 2.
Please, Sarah!
1.
Damn, shit out his guts, bro. We need more horror stuff from fucking Meat Canyon. Anyway, we about to find out about Twitch's crackdown at LGBT plus. What?
Twitch doesn't want people to be longer. Twitch doesn't want people to be longer gay on the platform. When I say that, it sounds absolutely insane. Like, what? That doesn't even make sense. What do you mean you can't be gay on Twitch? That's probably illegal. No, what I'm referring to is that you can probably no longer really talk about anything about your sexuality or like.
Yes, that's a straight, old, black, cis male. I can't talk about my straight sexuality, my heterosexualness. Because, you know, H is not a part of that alphabet.
Like, generally, anything that is remotely political or sexual now has been set as a label. And what are these labels? These labels were a thing in the past. They have been around for a year on Twitch, where they essentially were used for 18 plus content. But now, I guess that every time you want to talk about anything political, you have to be labeled as 18 plus or within this political label view, which in the result makes that streamers are unable to receive ads, or ads are unable to be displayed, and also they're no longer featured on the Twitch category.
Thanks, Hassan. Thanks, Frogan. Thanks to all those fucking idiots who did all this shit. Now we can't freely talk about stuff without adding a +18 tag to whatever the fuck this is.
And are censored if they use these labels. And in a way, it is kind of like shadow banning and removing monetizations from people that want to talk about anything that is remotely like LGBT or anything like that. I have a video that I got recommended there, pretend LGBTQ voices and inclusion. I want to take a look at their opinion and see if this video here talks about the whole situation. Else we'll take up the article. Let's take a look at it. I'm very curious to see, because this is a very recent thing, and if you've seen why this has happened, if you wonder why this has happened, funny enough, this has happened only because of one individual streamer being protected, which is the most unfortunate thing. Instead of like letting it more be inclusive, Twitch is trying to hide away the advertisers from quite a lot of people, from streamers that are within different type of groups or different type of content. I can understand separating politics, but this goes a little bit too far. But let's take a look at it.
Twitch now requires streams that involve LGBTQIA+ topics to be labeled. I'm gonna break down the policies themselves, then go into exactly why this matters so much even if you don't use Twitch. Twitch is a place for people to express themselves and discuss the world around them. We require streams to be labeled when the focus of the stream includes discussions and debates about political or sensitive social issues. Now down here is the points that we need to focus on. Discussing ideological or social political views on topics like gender, race, sexuality, or religion.
So like any of these topics, you'll have to label yourself. And I think that even as a viewer, like viewers will think, hey, no ads.
That's fine. I'm already +18 anyway, so.
Hey, no fucking ads. Let's go. But like, I think that even streamers would be fine with like removing ads if they could. I think some would, maybe some doesn't. I don't know. But the problem is that whenever you label,
we need to restructure our ads. Look, hold on. We need to restructure how the ads work for Twitch. By the way, hold on Twitch real quick. You know how when you go into, and this is gonna happen as soon as I pop in here. See what needs to happen is we need to put this window. Hold on, it's not even fucking playing. Wow. Can I click on this window, please? No. There we go. Need to put this window here and put this window here. And just have the ad play, because it makes no goddamn sense. We're watching a stream or whatnot, and we get this tiny ass little fucking screen right here or whatnot. They need to just switch this around. That's all they need to fucking do, and the site will be just fucking fine. Like, have ads play here whenever the fuck you want, then have like the stream right here where you can pay attention to the stream and watch the fucking content. But no, motherfuckers want to just force us to watch ads, and they're all skippable, by the way. Like fucking, you get ads that close to like 5-20 minutes and shit like that. Like if I go to oh, Shadow Fox is streaming. What? Hold on real quick, I gotta tease somebody.
You're also removing yourself from the category recommendations. You can no longer be recommended, you can no longer be presented, and it's kind of damaging for your whole channel to be labeling yourself. And it's weird that you have to label yourself talking about such simple things.
Right under that is discussing legislation related to sensitive social issues such as reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ rights, or immigration. What this means is LGBTQ streamers have to flag all of their streams or ignore and avoid most LGBTQ relevant topics.
Isn't that nuts? You can't talk about who you are anymore. Like, if you're gay, you can't even talk about who you are without labeling yourself. Now, am I the only one that think this is really weird? Like,
yeah, no, it's weird.
I'm not even mad or frustrated. I just think it's really weird. It's odd.
Well, as a streamer, I like to talk about stuff, and I just so happen to be trans, literally all the time. What can I say? I'm a dubiously slave. Like anyone else who transitions, this shapes so much of our life, it's incalculable. It also means anyone that's openly—
Do we need to know that they honestly transition? Like, no, to be honest, like, do like the trans community have to broadcast that? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Trans will have questions about it, be it from the community or outside sources. So either we have our stream flagged at all times, or we ignore these questions and never bring up experiences of being trans. Is this a broad stroke? Absolutely. It kinda has to be, given both legislation and our views on gender identity parallel with so many topics. Not only are their policies vague, but Twitch has a notoriously inconsistent history with their policy management. Twitch does state that intermittent mentions are not required to have the label, but that is not enough. And for two very obvious reasons. One,
I wonder why.
That a lot of people forget that Twitch are always vague. They have one policy and they like to play around it a little bit. Sometimes, depending on who you are, they will completely ignore it. Other times they will bend the rules because it's sort of hitting the niche. It's sort of hitting the rule set, so they will target you and pressure you because of that.
Multiple of these points should not be in
rules for thee but not for me. Exactly.
Policy at all.
Hold on.
On.
I would say just fucking let them have it, you know? Let them express themselves here, but without being toxic. Because, to be honest, I think this is rooting out, like, those individuals who are toxic on the platform or whatnot. But, like, it is kind of fucking weird to do something like that while you have a huge LGBT community in your fucking platform. I just found that kind of weird, you know?
Especially when being compared to military conflict. And two, intermittent mentions is just a few words, which is insane. Given the label will likely deter viewers, there is a clear incentive not to use it. In other words, to avoid the topics altogether. For now, you may be asking yourself, isn't this just censorship but with extra steps? I promise—
No way. Wait, no way. And you know why they're doing it? The reason why they're doing all of these things is because of advertisers. I don't think Twitch...
I don't think they're doing that for advertisers. Because wouldn't advertisers want, like, people from the LGBT community to buy their products? Or is this something else that's going on? It's probably something that happened. Oh, shit. Hold on. Ah, there we go. I'm fixing my cam right now because it had like a huge ass smudge on it.
Gives a fuck about anything, I'll be honest with you, but they're trying to censor everything so they can never sit in a position, and it's a lazy way to do this, by the way. It's an extremely lazy way to always be looking good to advertise.
Also, if it's to counter all the discrimination against that, that's the bad way to do it. That's the worst way to fucking do it, to counter discrimination. The best way to counter discrimination is to act fast on it before it gets out of hand.
Because if advertisers are worried their ads are being presented on the stream talking about sex, talking about politics, talking about religion, now they have these labels to enforce and to show them, like, no, this is, your ads will not be shown on these labeled discussions at all.
Getting to the broader implications, just hang tight as I paint the full picture here. Given most aspects of our lives have different laws.
I love how I've been reacting to somebody reacting to this. I hate this reactception right here. This sucks.
Literally everywhere. Things as simple as HRT access may
You know what? Let's actually watch the original video. I'm so happy that he actually put that there. Let's go.
Twitch now requires streams that involve LGBTQIA+ topics to be labeled. I'm going to break down the policies themselves, then go into exactly why this matters so much, even if you don't use Twitch. Twitch is a place for people to express themselves and discuss the world around them. We require streams to be labeled when the focus of the stream includes discussions and debates about political or sensitive social issues. Now, down here is the points that we need to focus on. Discussing ideological or social political views on topics like gender, race, sexuality, or religion. Right under that is discussing legislation related to sensitive social issues such as reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ rights, or immigration. What this means is LGBTQ streamers have to flag all of their streams or ignore and avoid most LGBTQ relevant topics. Why? Well, as a streamer, I like to talk about stuff, and I just so happen to be trans literally all the time. What can I say? I'm a dubiously slay bean. Like anyone else who transitions, this shapes so much of our life, it's incalculable. It also means anyone that's openly trans will have questions about it, be it from the community or outside sources. So either we have our stream flagged at all times, or we ignore these questions and never bring up experiences of being trans. Is this a broad stroke? Absolutely. It kinda has to be, given both legislation and our views on gender identity parallel with so many topics. Not only are their policies vague, but Twitch has a notoriously inconsistent history with their policy management. Twitch does state that intermittent mentions are not required to have the label, but that is not enough. And for two very obvious reasons. One, multiple of these points should not be in this policy at all, especially when being compared to military conflict. And two, intermittent mentions is just a few words, which is insane. Given the label will likely deter viewers, there is a clear incentive not to use it. In other words, to avoid the topics altogether. For now, you may be asking yourself, isn't this just censorship but with extra steps?
Yes.
I promise I'm getting to the broader implications, just hang tight as I paint the full picture here. Given most aspects of our lives have different laws literally everywhere, things as simple as HRT access may parallel too close to legislation, perhaps.
Okay, they're going into HRT, which I don't agree with, unless it's like actually being pushed by a doctor towards somebody who wants to transition or whatnot. Discussing legislation related to sensitive social issues such as reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ rights, or immigration. That's weird. This is not racism here. I wonder why.
Even views depending on context. And because views is legislation, perhaps even views.
Views like gender, race, sexuality, or religion. Wow.
Views depending on context. And because views is so incredibly broad, many topics about just our experience in transition could parallel too closely as well and get us penalized. Talking about getting married to someone of the same gender is quite the same, given different laws and.
That's dumb. Because if somebody, what? Oh my God. What does somebody getting married to somebody of the same sex affect Twitch in any way, shape, or form? That's what I want to know. I never understood about the whole marriage thing. If it's two people who are the same gender or who are like trans want to get married, let them get fucking married. Doesn't affect business. Matter of fact, if this is why I hate like fucking people who are anti-LGBT, especially when it comes to marriage and shit like that. If you have a whole community that could get like, not talking about for like buying asses, I'm talking about just dead asses weddings. Let me get that clear. I'm talking about just dead ass weddings or whatnot. You want to pander those people because those people have like money, I'm assuming.
Different states and different countries and different provinces. Now, is the intent for Twitch to penalize any account that brings that up immediately? No. But if it does turn into a discussion unintentionally, then in that scenario, there is a realistic probability that someone gets penalized for not having flagged their stream. So
no, that's not. I don't think that's a thing. I think if this comes out in passing like I'm doing right now, I think that should be fine. But I guess motherfuckers just want you to label that, I guess. Hold on.
What about the penalties themselves? Twitch claims that account suspensions will not be issued for incorrectly labeling a stream. Multiple warnings will be issued before any other action is taken. And finally, repeated failure may result in them locking the label onto your account for a period of time. So how does this affect the community at large? Establishing the idea that these topics are something that need to be flagged as controversial sets a damning precedent. I mean, for sakes, they grouped it in with live streaming protests and civil unrest. Oh, did I not mention that? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Woke got hit hard by that probably. So there's a streamer called Woke who was doing a lot of the Black Lives Matter protests and everything. I think he did January 5th. And he usually did like a whole presidential stream and whatnot. And he gets a ton of views, dude. Like I hope they keep going with their content and whatnot, and not get fucking hit by this.
Yeah. The other ones are discussing military conflicts, foreign policy decisions, national security masters. How are these at all equal? Other companies will be watching. At the end of the video, I'll show you how you can make your voice heard, and if we don't, then other companies may follow in this step backward. Beyond that, all of this enables those that view LGBTQ rights as controversial. There should be no reinforcement for
I think it's just the people who are talking about it who are controversial that they're hating with this, not the actual topics of that. Because this rule's made up, or it probably already been there, but they're just now like pushing this over and adding changes or whatnot. I bet you this is a bunch of shit in the TOS that people haven't even fucking touched yet. That people are just like fucking people just ignoring or whatnot. But yeah, fucking let's continue.
For that idea.
Got
Not
2 minutes
even
left.
the slightest of an inkling. Zero. But let's dissect exactly how damaging and ridiculous this is. Twitch is saying your legal protections are too controversial to be spoken about on a normal stream. That may not be their intent, and maybe it sounds disingenuous or like I'm reaching too far to say that, but that's certainly how it feels. Especially when the flag used on an LGBTQ topic is used on mass tragedies like war. Let me rephrase that. I don't think I hit the amount of curse words I can say in a video. Like fucking war. Going on Twitch and seeing trans creators either flagged as being controversial or too afraid to talk about topics that matter is just not it. And most frustrating of all is this reinforces and validates those with malcontent towards the community. All of this brings us to one question. Twitch, are you drunk? Are you doing the drugs? Am I gonna have to call McGruff the crime dog on you? Now, it's
McGruff
important
3?
to note that it works the other way as well. If someone wants to talk against transitioning, etc., then they have to flag their stream as well. But they'd have to go out of their way to be a douche nozzle, whereas people like myself are just trans, literally all the time. Never stops. Just wake up, I'm trans. I go to sleep, I'm trans. I'm just doing it all the time. That's what I do. Then again, there was that one time Oreo, the world's largest distributor of disappointment masquerading in cookie form, said trans people exist and Twitter got in a ruffle, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Good God, out of this entire video, my opinion on Oreos will be the most controversial thing, won't it? This is only
Boop. Time for next video. All right, we're about to learn about the Black experience again, because we have to learn about this. We have to give enough Black knowledge as possible so I can feel like I'm Black again, guys.
Central LA come to be so Black. And hadn't Black citizens of LA rioted before for similar reasons? Before settlers arrived in California in the 16th century, there were over 300,000 indigenous people in at least 70 different ethnic groups. Keep in mind that during the history we're about to get into, in the background, these indigenous people were impacted by contact.
She wearing a wig? That's a weave.
With new diseases and systemically enslaved and killed in genocide between 1846 and 1873. The town of Our Lady, the Queen of the Angels of the River Porciúncula, was founded in 1781. The settlers were mostly mixed race, African and Spanish, as detailed by Paul Robinson in Race, Space, and the Evolution of Black LA, an essay in the amazing book Black Los Angeles, American Dreams and Racial Realities. These settlers came from a region in Mexico under Spanish rule with a large population of Africans and mixed race people who were major labor and defense sources. By
and then they moved the suburbs over here.
1800, the growing coastal Pueblo was a major piece of the Spanish Empire and the largest in Alta California by 1807. During the War of Mexican Independence, most California citizens desired to break away from Spain, who limited business affairs and inhibited growth by not allowing trade with foreign merchants. In 1822, Alto California was absorbed by the newly independent Mexico, and there would be two Afro-Mexican governors, including Pio Pico, the final governor of the short-lived state from 1845 to 1846. Of course, Pico would get his own boulevard. English-speaking Black people, including adventurers like James Beckworth, began arriving in the early 1800s. They would be ranchers and cowboys in the beginning of the California Gold Rush in 1848.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Gold Rush.
Brought over 300,000 people, including approximately 4,000 Black wealth seekers, to the state over the next 7 years. By 1850, when California entered the Union, there were 2,530 people in the city of Los Angeles, according to the census, and 15 were black, mostly hailing from Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, Arkansas, and New York. While California was supposedly a free state, in 1852, California passed its own fugitive slave law, permitting enslavers to hunt down their former property. 73 more black people arrived or were born in the following decade, including Robert Curry Owens, whose grandmother was the once enslaved nurse Bridget Biddy Mason, one of the first black American women to own land in LA. She had come to the state as a slave and had won her freedom in court with the help of Rob Owens and his family. When free, not only did she make money, but she was generous with it too.
Didn't her family own like a beach or something? Like near Santa Monica Beach? I know there was like a black family that had a beach and it was taken away from the city, and then they're giving them back after like everything is all fucked up and shit like that. Like they ruined that shit. She had
properties along Spring Street and helped sponsor the city's first black church, the First African Methodist Episcopal Church of Los Angeles. Robert inherited her estate and his father's estate and his name, making him the richest black man in Los Angeles at the end of the 19th century. One of those properties was this commercial building, which Biddy had purchased in 1866 for $250 on the outskirts of Los Angeles. By 1907, it was near the city center, boasting employment resources, a music store, a doctor's office, and jewelry store. The census records of the 1870s and 1880s revealed to Robinson during his research that there were no black enclaves in the city during those times, and that families were spread out as the city industrialized. Most black men worked as barbers, and many black women worked in housekeeping. Some were making headway in other fields, like John J. Nemore, who founded the Eagle newspaper in 1879. The arrival of trains meant
which is still going on till this day.
Middle class filled with porters, most of them light-skinned or designated as mulatto. By 1900, there were 1,800.
Damn, bro, mulatto's crazy. I forgot mulatto's still a fucking word to call mixed people. Yeah, I don't think mulatto's a slang term. I think it's like a Spanish term, I think. I could be wrong.
117 to 2,131 black people in Los Angeles. According to the California African American Museum, fewer than 30% of LA's 532 black heads of household owned property in the form of either farms or homes, while over 70% were renters. 10 years later, 9,424 black people lived in Los Angeles, and 36% of those early inhabitants were homeowners, thanks to the cheap housing erected in the 1880s. When John Nemore died in 1912, his wife Charlotta Bass took over and redubbed the paper the California Eagle. Under her leadership, it was the largest black paper in California, sending out 60,000 prints a day. It was instrumental to helping black transplants during the Great Migration get acclimated to Los Angeles and other regions in California. So by the 1910s, most black people in LA lived along South Central, where black businesses, churches, and organizations were also growing and developing at the same time that Charlotta Bass.
Low-key, I kind of wish we still had these buildings. These streets are huge, by the way. I kind of still wish we had some of these buildings up, but they're mostly all gone, except for like, I think 9 of them in South Central. Because you got to go to like in the middle of South Central in order like to find some of these old buildings or whatnot.
Got used to running the paper. A visiting W.E.B. Du Bois was impressed with the black professional community in 1913. He wrote, "Nowhere in the United States is the Negro so well and beautifully housed, nor the average efficiency and intelligence in the colored population so high."
I wonder, does she do her fucking graphics or does somebody else does it? Because these graphics are kind of nice.
Here is an aggressive, hopeful group with some wealth, large industrial opportunity, and a buoyant spirit. The blossoming trades, mostly contained to Central Avenue.
Way too much headroom, boo-boo.
Were a solidified business district by 1916. The same year, there were 17 black...
If you're going to do this, put yourself to like the side. Way too much headroom.
Churches along Central. And black-owned insurance companies, particularly the Golden State Mutual Life Insurance, anchored the black economy. The professionals who own these essential services, like insurance companies, funeral parlors, and medical practices, became pillars of the community. Like John and Veda Somerville, a pair of black dentists who graduated from University of Southern California. They created the Hotel Somerville in 1928. And back in 1914, they hosted the first meeting of the LA chapter of the NAACP in their home. And they owned properties that rented to black people, so the hotel was a natural progression for them. The Hotel Somerville was the only hotel that black visitors to the city could count on, complete with beauty and barbershops, a haberdashery, tailor shop, doctor's office, and drugstore leased to black people.
This would be a good show. Like, deadass, just to have the block like this. to actually be a good show. Put it inside the setting or whatnot, and just like do it like the daily lives and put some little drama in there, and probably some racism. Which I'm sure it's like still racism is going on. It's fucking before the 1960s. Well, racism is still going on, so racism never actually stopped, but still.
It became a hub of political and
a little bit of
cultural
racism on there and
activity. It was
whatnot.
built so far south along Central at 42nd Street that it pulled other black
42nd Street?
businesses and residences along with it, creating a new nucleus of the black community. The hotel fell on hard times in 1929 due to the Great Depression and was sold to white investors. It went back to black ownership in 1930 and was rechristened the Dunbar after black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar. In the following decades, the property added a nightclub, hosted concerts and salons, and served up reportedly amazing Southern food. In the 30s, wealthy black Americans moved to the West Side, or West Adams, away from poor black people in Watts and South Central. A fancy neighborhood in this section was
Yeah, these houses are still there. All of them are still fucking there, bro. And they all look wonderful too. I've been in one of these houses. Like they look like little mini mansions upstairs and everything like that. Like it looks like this is like something that you would see in a all-white American high school show or movie or whatever. But no, like these houses are still immaculate to this day.
Sugar Hill, made up of Victorian homes owned by whites. Rich and famous black people like Hattie McDaniels bought homes here, pushing the white families into Beverly Hills, Hollywood, and
So this is by USC, by the way. I think some of these houses are fraternities now, I believe. I could be wrong.
West Side cities closer to the ocean. Documented Reginald Chapel and from Central Avenue to Leimert Park. While court cases in 1945 and 1948 made it legal for California black people to live anywhere, destroying housing covenants, housing discrimination continued, and the bulk of black people lived in South Central. By the 1940s, when the city saw its biggest population increase yet, 70% of the black community lived in South Central, regulated to the areas of high mortgage risk in red on this map. The Homeowners Loan Corporation, which issued loans with low down payments to the white type of American, analyzed and appraised 239 cities nationwide, including LA, to rate neighborhoods' mortgage risk.
And this is why we are so fucked when it comes to like coming together and whatnot. Shit just like this. Like actually shit just like this. Like I bet you if we didn't have segregation or anything like that, we would be fine. The racism would probably be, well, it would still be there, but it probably wouldn't be as prevalent as it now, was during the great, what is it called? I think it's called, the Great Exodus. There we go. The Great Exodus of white people. Look at this stupid ass shit, bro.
On a scale of A to D. Wrote Ryan Reff.
Dude, oh wow, Red Zone is all of Venice. That's great. And Santa Monica. That's great. That means where I live at is sort of around here. That's Santa Monica Pier right here. That's Santa Monica Pier.
For PBS, Watts, an ethnic and racial stew of Germans, Scots, Greeks, Italians, blacks, and Japanese, earned a low red grade due to its heterogeneity. If not for a scattering of Japanese and Filipino residents, Hollywood would be entitled to a higher grade.
Wow.
HOLC officials noted in justifying its D rating.
So in Hollywood or around Hollywood, around downtown LA, we do have places like Little Tokyo, Chinatown, Koreatown, the whole Filipino area. I forgot what it's called. Forgot stuff like Gardena, which is the Asian community. There's a lot of Asian communities that are out here and all that shit. And damn, that really does fucking suck. Damn, the Asians, Filipinos, the Scots. So it was just do a German, Scots, Greeks, Italians, blacks, Japanese earned a low grade. Damn, everybody was getting in front of white people. And Greeks and Scots are close to white. German, Scots, Greeks, and Italians are close to white people more than black and Japanese and Filipinos. That's why, and Koreans. That's crazy.
Heterogeneity. If not for a scattering of Japanese and Filipino residents, Hollywood would be entitled to a higher grade. HOLC officials noted in justifying its D rating. Central Los Angeles dismayed appraisers due to its highly heterogeneous population and sprinkling of subversive racial elements. The latter comment a reference to its concentrations of Japanese and Negroes. Living in these areas meant you were categorically denied federal home loans. However, black people made small inroads in block-busted neighborhoods, like in the city of Compton, growing from 5% of the population in 1940 to 40% just 20 years later. In South Central, there were tons of businesses catered specific.
You could still drive down the street and see these houses. This is crazy. I'm so old, bro. Well, not this old. Like only like almost. I'm only going to be 38 next month. But still, you could drive on this street and still see this over here. There might be a couple of buildings in the background, like tall buildings or whatnot, but it still does look like this.
Specifically to black people, like the Alabama, a jazz club born in 1931, right next to the Hotel Dunbar. It was for those with money, and guests included everyone from Ethel Waters to Duke Ellington. Wrote Hadley Mears, besides nightly floor shows accompanied by dinners of fried chicken, Chinese food, and wine, the Alabama hosted numerous events for black and white charities. There was also an annual drag ball every Halloween, because there was a growing black queer culture in LA. Another prolific business was the Aquarian Bookshop. LA's longest running black bookstore was conceived of by Alfred Ligon, who saved $100 from his paychecks as a porter to open a small shop with his sister at 812 East Jefferson in 1941. Another significant portion of black Americans in the early to mid 20th century lived in Oakwood near Venice Beach, and they worked at nearby factories in Culver City and Santa Monica. They were attracted by the jobs and were 12.6% of the population in 1950.
I didn't know that.
9 years earlier, Franklin D. Roosevelt had signed Executive Order 8802, which banned federal companies and agencies from racially discriminating. This was a huge win, and California itself was growing because all of its defense and
I think Franklin D. Roosevelt was Republican at the time? Because this is like, I think right before the switch, I believe. I could be wrong. Uh-oh.
there were new, better paying jobs growing because all of its defense and aerospace industries. So now there were new, better paying jobs for black people. And these transplants brought their traditions with them, like Juneteenth. In 1997, a 66-year-old named Jonathan Leonard, who relocated to Los Angeles in 1948, recalled, "Come June 19th of 1949, I asked, why is everybody going to work? Why are the banks open? I couldn't believe it." He began cooking out on Juneteenth and inviting others.
So Juneteenth is originally a Texas holiday for black people. Juneteenth didn't really become a thing until like probably what she's about to explain. Nobody knows that Juneteenth was a Texan holiday. That's the crazy part. Everybody just sat there and just claimed like, oh, that's our original holiday. Like motherfuckers didn't start celebrating Juneteenth until like after Obama got out of office, to tell you the truth.
To celebrate, and the holiday spread.
Hold
the
on.
arrival of
Let's
so
actually
many
look this up. I
black
could be
people
wrong. Was Juneteenth turned into a Fed holiday? Sorry, my spelling's horrible. In 2021, damn, that's crazy. Not even 3 years. Well, about to be 3 years. What is this? What is this? Veterans Day, okay. Today's Veterans Day, guys.
Terrified racists. Said LAPD Chief William H. Parker, it is estimated that by 1970, 45% of the metropolitan area of Los Angeles will be Negro. If you want any protection for your home and family, you're going to have to get in and support a strong police department. If you don't, come 1970, God help you.
Wow! Fuck that guy, bro. I hope he died with like a dildo shoved up his ass with like steel spikes and needles.
This was a period of virulent racism, like anywhere else in the country. The racism was compounded by the communist Red Scare of the late 40s through 50s, especially because two of California's biggest industries were federally contracted companies and Hollywood. Black business owners were hassled, unions were discouraged, nightclubs that were rumored to be race mixing or hubs of communist activity were raided, and black intellectuals and professionals like Charlotta Bass, considered to be communists, were blacklisted. In 1947, for instance, the Occidental College canceled an appearance by Langston Hughes because he was marked red. While most LA newspapers applauded the move,
yeah, that's crazy. Being marked red is wild. Imagine being marked red.
The California Eagle complained about growing American fascism. Happening at the same time was violence by groups like the Spook Hunters, who attacked black people.
The Spook Hunters? See, when we make gangs, we're property degenerates, delinquents, and all this other shit. I bet you when this gang came up, the anti-Negro gang or the Spook gang or whatnot, people was like, oh man, look at him, just them good old boys. Man, I hate the racism in this right now, bro. Fuck.
People who were alone, set fires, made threats, and burned effigies. Plus, you know, like the usual KKK. Black teens organized their own and burned effigies. Plus,
the Ku Klux Klan of Long Beach. Bruh! There's so many niggas in Long Beach now.
You know, like the usual KKK. Black teens organized their own gangs in response, and by the 1950s...
Flossing Bloods.
When white people began leaving Watts and Compton, black teen gangs devolved into turf wars against each other. In the 1950s, black people were increasingly buying homes in Sugar Hill and Leimert Park. The latter was adjacent to Crenshaw and had been developed from the...
By the way, all these houses that you see in here are still there. And these houses got, well, a few of them got turned down, but like a lot of those houses are still there, fam. With probably black, Hispanic, and probably like a little bit of Asian mixed in there or whatnot.
1920s through 40s.
It's probably still a hood though.
Into a sea of Spanish colonial and minimal traditionalist homes. The billionaire Howard Hughes, whose aerospace company employed a good chunk of the population, built the Leimert Theater, the area's centerpiece.
Is this still here? I've only heard about this place a few times, but I don't know if it's still here or whatnot. I believe this moves up here. I could be wrong.
In 1932. Leimert Park international headlines when Elizabeth Short, aka the Black Dahlia, was found murdered there in 1947. Ooh. The same year, the 200,000 square foot...
the Crenshaw Mall or whatever. This is huge, by the way.
Crenshaw Shopping Plaza opened, adding prestige and mass commercialism to...
A lot of shit got remodeled, but it's still there. This right here, these two little platforms right here are gone, but all this is still there.
Baldwin Hills and Leimert Park. It came complete with a Sears and Woolworth 5 and dime. The 1.19 square mile Leimert Park was mostly white.
These are apartments, I think.
Post-racial covenant blockbusting encouraged white people into selling their homes, which would be bought at marked up rates by black people. Enter the Santa Monica Freeway, which the California Eagle described as a proposal to cut through the most prosperous, best kept secret, and most beautiful Negro-owned property in the country, including Sugar Hill. In response, the West Adams Freeway Committee formed to fight the plans, but the highway was built anyways in 1957, ripping through Sugar Hill. Such housing displacement happened to black communities in Maryland, Louisiana, Texas, New York, and Massachusetts. And in the case of Sugar Hill, the displacement shifted even more black people into Leimert Park. And if their pockets were deep enough, Baldwin Hills. In the 1920s, the empty hills of the area had looked like good land to developers, and they erected Spanish and English-style homes with 9 to 11 rooms apiece. It was a white neighborhood, but a 1963 dam burst destroyed 64 homes and killed 5 people.
Damn.
A triangle-shaped wedge tears out of the asphalt and concrete-lined wall of the earth-filled dam of the Baldwin Hills Reservoir. The water fills the 50-foot deep catch basin below the lip of the dam, and millions of gallons of water race down the canyon toward the homes below, in the community between downtown Los Angeles and International Airport.
The neighborhood's proximity to Watts in 1965 accelerated white flight, and the neighborhood was mostly black ever since.
Yeah, white flight,
with
there we
the
go.
Baldwin Hill estate specifically known as the Black Beverly Hills. The primary concern of black Los Angeles activists in the 1960s was police brutality under the aforementioned William H. Parker. Parker helped promote and develop the prototypes of copaganda, cops as the thin blue line between polite white society and dangerous criminals and chaos. He was also an influential consultant on the radio and TV show Dragnet. Racist cops weren't punished under Parker, and he had refused to hire black people until 1962. While Los Angeles had its largest black population so far at this time, there weren't enough.
And this is why, because, like, mind you, a lot of our grandfathers and fathers are born in the 60s or whatnot, and a lot of, and like the next generation was what 1970, wait, gen map, no, oh my god, between Generation X 41, and so Generation X is probably dealing with, hold on, here we go, this is a hell of a lot more better. Baby boomers between 1964. So 1965 to 1979 or 1980 are parents who have to go through this shit. Are the parents from 1965 between 1947 we would have to fucking find out about this, given distrust in cops and stuff like that, because of how white it used to be, and it was still white all the way to like the fucking late 90s, and whatnot. Like I'm Gen Y too, around Wait, what? Gen Y or millennials are born between 1981 and 1994/6 are currently between the age of 25 and 40 years old. 72.1 million in the US. Gen Z. The newest generation is born 1997 all the way to 2012 are currently between the ages of 9 and 24 years of age. Gen Alpha, which is born in 2012 and continues to be about approximately I feel like we missed a generation here. Like, where's the 2000 generation? But no, yeah, there's a reason why not a lot of black people are into cops. It's not that we dislike the authority or whatnot. It's just what we have to deal with authority and everything.
Enough laws in place to allow them to move around freely. Prop 14 in 1964 allowed property owners to refuse to sell or rent to anyone, the same year that black people voted in a poll ranking the city the most desirable place to live. Prop 14, which was later ruled unconstitutional, partly inspired the riots in the predominantly black neighborhood of Watts, which was overcrowded and over-policed. On August 11, 1965, a misunderstanding by a crowd of onlookers during a drunk driving traffic stop incited police brutality, sparking crowds to attack random whites in Watts. The next day, black leaders tried to calm the community down, and a black teen announced riots would spread into white LA, leading to Chief Parker, who refused to send black police, to announce he would mobilize the National Guard.
Fucking, that's crazy. As soon when they go into the white areas, nah, send the National Guard. Fuck sending black police to de-escalate the situation, because, you know, black police understand. Like, mind you, not a lot of people hate not a lot of people in our community hate black police, but we still know that there's bad apples. Not the whole fucking police, just bad apples in this is a few bad apples, because, you know, because fuck, what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say this while not being high, because I usually get this when I'm high, but I'm trying not to be high during streams or whatnot. But no, fucking I don't know about de-escalation. If there was like fucking, we understand that there's like not all cops are bad. It's just those that are bad and use their powers to make a lot of cops look bad. We don't see a lot of the good stuff cops did for a lot of people or whatnot. We barely hear about that stuff. We only hear about the toxic shit, just giving us more incentives to dislike cops. And I honestly kind of sucks, because like not all cops, but there's a lot of y'all motherfuckers that does a lot of foul shit.
He also called rioters monkeys in a zoo. This exacerbated the crisis, and the riot bloomed into looting, arson, sniper shots, and violence that didn't end until August 16th. 34 people were dead at the end of it, and most of them black. 26 were ruled justifiable homicides. 1,032 people were injured, and 4,000 more were arrested. Plus, there was $40 million in property damage. The McCone Commission, authorized by Governor Pat Brown, found that high unemployment and poor schooling and living conditions were the problem.
Felt hard, bro.
It suggested an implementation of emergency literary and preschool programs, improved police community ties, increased low-income housing, more job training projects, upgraded healthcare services, more efficient public transportation, and many more. Of course, most of this was ignored, save for small concessions like 1968's Federal Housing Act. And when Ronald Reagan ran for governor of California in 1965, he blamed Pat Brown directly.
Oh, fuck, I forgot Reagan was fucking the governor of California. Holy shit! Oh, I need to get my history straight when I talked about presidents. Ugh.
For the riots, and said it was because he was soft on crime. Never mind all the rest of that shit that was mentioned. It's just because it was all about law and order. Chief Parker's profile raised after the riots, and he said communists had infiltrated the black community, and he died in 1966.
Good.
Meanwhile, Reagan passed 20 laws by 1969 that expanded the power of police, prompting once warring teen gangs to turn to the Black Power movement.
Let's go, the Panther movement.
And community watch groups like Community Alert Patrol, or CAP.
I see my grandma in here. Oh, dude, if I see my great grandma in these pictures, I'm gonna be fucking so happy.
Explained leader Ron Wilkins. Wherever police were seen interacting with our people, we emerged from our vehicles with camera in hand to prevent foul play. By this time, the Aquarian bookstore was booming, but building a black stock of fiction and nonfiction wasn't enough. Aquarian organized classes, productions, and guest lectures. There was a spiritual center for those interested in metaphysics and a small archive of documents from black leaders. Ligon married one of his employees, Bernice, and their bookstore was a lifeline during the radicalism of the 1960s. Black bookstores across the country were nurturing the black literary tradition by carrying the works of writers from Langston Hughes to James Baldwin to Zora Neale Hurston to Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice to the autobiography of Malcolm X. There was a wealth of black nationalist materials post-colonial.
So, bro, how you been, bro? I haven't seen you since you last streamed. How's it being the teacher?
Colonial histories and communist manifestos, things that would get certain buyers placed on COINTELPRO watch lists. In fact, black bookstores were surveilled in the 1960s through 1975.
I wonder if this is still, no, probably not. It's probably something else by now, because given how old it is. But I wonder, is that number still a thing? No, 212 is not a California thing, is it? Hold on. I'm checking this right now from my phone. Is 212 still an area code in California? Oh, it's New York. Okay, cool.
Edgar Hoover complained in a 1968 memo, the increase in the establishment of black extremist bookstores represents propaganda outlets for revolutionary and hate publications and culture centers for extremism. As detailed by Joshua Clark Davis, Alfred and Bernice were one
of... What is these vaporwave ass backgrounds, dude? she must be a fan of vaporwave. There's no way she would have this kind of shit in the background.
Many booksellers investigated by the FBI. All the way in Oakland and San Francisco Bay, black people arrived in significant numbers beginning in 1940. There, the Black Panther Party formed in 1966 by Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, advocating for self-defense against the police and implementing community programs. Like the other chapters, the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panthers would be targeted and dismantled by COINTELPRO. Restless youth with few opportunities would turn to the Crips, Pyrus, and Bloods as guns and drugs mysteriously flooded the streets in the decades to come.
Yeah, a helicopter just dropped crack everywhere, bro. Ooh. This is, what, Korean? No, it could be no. Sario. This must be like either Japanese or Korean, one of the two.
In the 1960s, black people began to spill into the mostly Japanese American Crenshaw neighborhood. Japanese Americans had been living there before and after World War II, many of them once held in internment camps thanks to another one of FDR's executive orders.
Yikes.
Recall the Buddhist reverend to the Los Angeles Times. When the city's Japanese Americans were about to be interred, one of the few organizations that offered help was a Black Baptist church. Similarly, after the war, when most shopkeepers refused to sell goods to Japanese Americans, the only market that would sell food to the Buddhist church was a black-owned grocery. Fast forward to the 1970s when there...
What? That's crazy. Soon after the war, from the translation, sells goods, shopkeepers, sells goods to Japanese Americans, the only market that will sell goods. Why are we so divided then? Was it because of the Korean? Well, it's the Korean rooftop riots? Because that's another part of the LA riots that we have. I think that was a secondary LA riots that we have due to Rodney King beating or whatnot. Because we were attacking a lot of stores that belonged to like Koreans, Vietnamese, and like Asian people, just Asian and regardless of whatnot. And they had to like gun up. They were hopping on rooftops and shit.
Would sell food to the Buddhist church was a black-owned grocery. Fast forward to the 1970s when there were over 763,000 black people in the city of LA. Black people were now the majority of Crenshaw. They and the Nisei, or second-generation Japanese Americans, lived side by side. During this decade, when the first black mayor of LA, Tom Bradley, was elected, Crenshaw was the center of black LA neighborhoods. People thought Bradley would oversee police reform, but his centralized police force still predominantly went after...
Who great-grandma's that with that weird-ass fucking hat? Well, she gotta be damn ashamed of herself for wearing a hat.
Black and Latino youth. Between
Probably God right now,
1972
too.
and 1990, LA citizens filed over 15,000 complaints and over 5,000 lawsuits against police that cost the city $43 million in damages.
Jesus.
Police Chief Daryl Gates, an acolyte of then-dead Chief Parker, began his term in 1978, and he was openly racist as chief. In 1982, he said, "Blacks might be more likely to die from chokeholds because their arteries do not open as fast as they do in normal people." And it's
He actually said that in a way. That's a real fucking quote, bro. That's crazy ass quote. Oh, that's bad.
rumored that during this time, common cop slang for referring to black and white cars was calling them black and normals.
Black and normals.
During this period, there was a rise in crime, drugs, and class differences that would only be exacerbated by the late deindustrialization of the 70s and 80s, affecting a disproportionate...
By the way, we still have these haircuts except with the without the parts. We still have these fucking haircuts.
Amount of black workers, plus the war on drugs. Like most black bookstores, the Aquarian was barely profitable by the 80s, when many black bookstores were losing ground to mainstream chains and the popularity of TV and movies. Ligon told the LA Times in 1982, "We're a starvation business, but we're an institution. Even just a trickle of people who want these books justifies our existence." As publishers began to see the value of black authors like Terry McMillan in the 90s, adding black editors to their rosters, so did bookstores, who added urban sections and shelves. Consider that in 1992, the vice president at Walden Books said the 1,150 store chain now has 300 stores with African American sections, and it's adding more. I'm struggling to imagine bookstores without black authors, but they existed. After Aquarian was burnt down during the 1992 riots, $70,000 was raised by bookstores and authors like Maya Angelou, but the shop closed permanently by 1994. Bernice and Alfred both died in 2000 and 2002, respectively.
No.
Also in the 80s, the Crenshaw neighborhood grew even blacker when the children of the Japanese Americans, the sensei, left for college. Few came back, in part because anti-Asian sentiment grew, but also because the sensei made bigger financial gains than their parents and moved to more expensive enclaves. So by 1990, only 2,500 Japanese Americans remained in Crenshaw. Another black neighborhood to highlight is Ladera Heights. Filled with custom homes from the 1960s, black hotshots like baseball player Frank Robinson entered the neighborhood in the 1970s. Fast forward to the modern day, and Ladera Heights has 6,500 people, 70% of them black, and it's now known as the Black Beverly Hills. In 1990, middle-class black Americans were fleeing South Central's poverty, a 40% unemployment rate, drugs, and gangs to suburbs like Riverside. In Oakwood, which had become 45% black in the 70s, homeowners sold their property, shrinking the black population there to 22%. And after the 1992 LA riots, Leimert Park Village emerged as an important center for lower to middle class black LA and the perfect setting of Moesha. Described Jonathan Gold in a feature on Dr. Dre and...
Oh shit, hold on, what? Lament. Is that how you spell it? I spelled it wrong. Yeah, there's T on the other. Park. How do you spell Moesha? Moesha's the most weirdest name to spell. Moesha? Moesha. You know what? Shows that TV show. That's not what I'm looking for. Of course, it's BET.
This is my best friend, Kendra.
A dude.
How is that news?
With the strap on.
It's
okay, don't judge until you try. Thank you.
And this is Bridget. She'll try anything once to find love.
Bridget, this is Alex. He's gonna be working with us for a while.
I really got pee. And there's me.
We got the homegirl Mickey on the stage. Everybody say hi, Mickey!
The three of us and my husband Miles all live together in Leimert Park.
How much more writing do you have tonight?
I can take a break.
What are you doing? Oh, just serving up the truth on Kendra's Corner. His art is being digested by the wrong people, and they need to know that.
This is a little uncomfortable, but I do have to talk to you about your hair. I am down with it, but is there any way to tone it down?
It's uncomfortable.
So this is a all women show. Okay, so it's basically like living single, but in California. Okay, cool.
And the perfect setting of Moesha. Describe Jonathan Gold in a middle-class black.
How the fuck do you spell Moesha?
LA. And the perfect setting of Moesha.
Oh wow, I definitely spelled that wrong. Mo. Did I spell that wrong? Oh.
Yo, bust it. Yeah. Put your hands up. Queens getting money any means.
That's a big ass house. Cause this is his original house here. This is his neighbors.
He's getting cream, so me and Hakeem could gleam with the lights on high beam. Mad face rims. Raw head, camouflage and Tim. Berlin's, I'm trying to save up to get the bins. The 6 coupe, I'm laid back.
This is an apartment? Wait, this is on USC. Okay. Damn, that house is still there. Mind you, these sets are not, they didn't really record this shit live, giving how the show works and everything. These are just like placeholder pics for the set and actual locations and whatnot. They just use those for like references for like the actual set where they build around it. They have like filmed in front of the house a couple of times, but usually it builds the replica of the house in front of the set or whatnot, or just the porch. Canadian flag. I know where this is at. All right.
Described Jonathan Gold in a feature on Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg for Rolling Stone in 1993. Leimert Park is the intellectual center of African American life in Los Angeles. Jazz clubs, coffee houses, bookstores, art galleries, a theater and a fine old movie palace, the restaurants that draw people from all over town. Neatly suited Muslims stand on the street corners offering newsletters and bean pies for sale. Reggae blasts from the record shops. Marla Gibbs from 227, by the way, bought the Leimert Theater and renamed it the Vision Theater before losing ownership by the end of the decade.
Boo.
The vibrancy and fun of Leimert Park was starkly different from what people thought of when they envisioned the gritty South Central LA depicted in gangster rap. To be fair, over 45 black gangs had emerged in 1978, and there were approximately 409 with 57,000 members of all colors by 1992.
Yo, why do I feel like the ending was cut off? Hold on. Why does it feel like the ending was cut off? All right, this was dropped 7 hours ago. With that said, we have to go to our another video. This time I'm going to take it from our playlist, actually. Have a bunch of liked videos. Where is it? For streaming. Let's go.
Listen, Tom, as I read this book, for the most part, it's objective. It's objective throughout. It's calm. It's analytical. But when you take on this modern progressive position that racism accounts for anything, there are passages in which you're angry. I felt that there are passages in which there's emotion that is very close to this. So let me just read a little bit to you. Median black family income has been lower than median white family income for generations. But the median per capita income of Asian...
Wait, who's that down here watching? What the fuck? Why are they so small down there? What is this?
...groups is more than $15,000 a year higher than the median per capita income
he's not even,
of white
that's a
Americans.
watermark.
Is this the white supremacy we're so often warned about? For more than a quarter of a century, in no year has the annual poverty rate of black married couple families
Wait, so if this React thing, is there a original video? There's no original video.
couple families been as high as 10%. And in no year has the poverty rate of Americans as a whole been as low as 10%. If black poverty is caused by systemic racism, do racists make an exception for blacks who are married? I guess you're allowed to be angry.
Yes. Well,
yes, he's definitely allowed to be angry given his age.
So, do you have the feeling when you're addressing this notion that racism accounts for everything, do you have the feeling that that the arguments are subtle, it's persuasive, you can forgive someone for buying that argument? Or do you have the feeling that it's willful, that the case is so clearly mistaken that there's a willfulness about it?
No, I don't. I think that people don't look for certain evidence, and therefore they don't find it. And so, on the basis of what they know at a given time, this may be very plausible. The problem is that what you really need are other people with different orientation who are skeptical and who will then look for things and find things that are very different from that. One of the things that I found interesting was the fact that there are various counties in the United States which are among the poorest counties in the country.
I see what this re-uploader did. He's putting random thumbnails in corners of the screen so it won't get hit for copyright. That's smart.
And 6 of those counties have a population that ranges from 90% white to 100% white.
Appalachian counties.
Yes.
Kentucky and Ohio, as I recall.
Yeah, but mainly it's the hillbilly communities.
Right.
And of course, there's that great book that was written, The Hillbilly Elegy. It was on the bestseller list for more than a year consecutively.
J.D. Vance, now Senator Vance.
Yes, and these are people who have faced zero racism.
They are white.
And they are white and zero racism. And also they're back in the 30s when they did IQ studies, their IQs were not only at the same level as those of blacks, they had the same pattern, namely that the young people, whether they were black or hillbilly, would have an IQ very close to the national average at age 6. But by the time they were teenagers, it just kept going down and down and down, because it's relative to the other people of that age group, and they simply were falling behind. So it was clearly not biological; it was social. But despite that, these hillbilly counties had incomes that were not only lower than the national average; they were lower than the average of black incomes.
Because they stay inside rural areas like that. Of course, it's going to be lower if there's no jobs. Because the only jobs they probably have is like farm work, factory, or working at farm work in factories and stuff like that. Versus out here in the city where there's a plethora of jobs but nobody's hiring. Well, not now. People gonna be hiring after like a little bit, but like given hillbilly versus low income, it depends on what area you're at. Like you can't apply hillbillies how hillbilly culture is versus how another culture is or whatnot, and apply that to everything. There are certain fallacies, and they were talking about this. There are certain fallacies that you have to actually look into to see why this individual he makes lower income and stuff.
Period of half a century, it may have been longer than that because I only went through half a century. But in every study that was done over that half century, they scored lower, their family incomes were lower than the family incomes of blacks. So obviously there must be other things that cause people to be poor other than racism.
All right. People in low-income American hillbilly counties already face zero racism because they are virtually all white.
Yes.
Yet they have lower incomes than blacks, just as you were saying. In other words, some behavior patterns seem to pay off. Now, this book is dedicated to fallacies, to showing errors in premises and errors in analysis. It's not dedicated to an alternative explanation. Nevertheless, you've got this argument lurking in here that it's the way people live, it's the way cultural patterns. So what are the patterns that pay off?
Well, oh my heavens, that's a much larger book than this.
Well, you've got time on your hands.
In terms of public policy, what does not pay off is having charismatic leaders depending upon government to do things. Because if you look what has happened to blacks before and after, there was a massive government effort on their behalf. The poverty rate among blacks, if you start in 1940 instead of 1960, because 1960 is the magic number for people who are saying the government, you see, did all these wonderful things and blacks advanced because of it. In 1940, the black poverty rate was 87%.
Jesus.
By 1960, it was down to 47%.
That's dramatic.
But from 1960 to 1970, it went down to 30%. And in 1970, affirmative action was now in place. It went down to 29%. So in the 20 years prior to 1960s, the black poverty rate went down by 40 points, and in the 20 years after 1960, it went down by 18 points. But again, you have the same thing you had with what was the Ralph Nader effect. You see,
you started in 1960. You missed this.
So, you missed all of that.
So you've got in this book. This is a point you make again and again in the section on racial fallacies. That I started thinking of it. I don't think you use these terms, but this is not an original thought with me. I started thinking of it as a hidden century of black progress.
Yes.
From emancipation with the end of the Civil War through to 1965, let's say, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, 65, through the mid-60s, you've got a century, and you argue black educational attainment rises.
Yes.
Black poverty rate drops dramatically.
Yeah.
And these are people who started with no property, overwhelmingly illiterate. This is from the moment, the year zero in 1865 for African Americans. And they climb, and the other point that you make at a number of places is that the black family is overwhelmingly intact.
Yes.
Right up to 1960, most black, go ahead, explain that.
And not only do people take credit for things that were not their doing, they overlook the negative things that came in after the 1960s as a result of policies. In 1940, 17% of black children were raised in single-parent homes.
17%.
Black children. 1940, 17% of black children were raised in single-parent homes.
17%.
17. At the end, I forget the exact date in the 20th century, But after these wonderful reforms were put in, that quadrupled to 68% of black children were being raised in single-parent homes. Now, there's a whole literature on all the bad things that happen to kids who are raised by single parents, whether they are black or white, American or British. The studies show the same things. One study said that fatherlessness has a bigger effect than even race and poverty.
True.
And certainly I think back in my own life, I realized how fortunate I was, because even though my biological father died before I was born, I was adopted. I was adopted into a family where I was the only child in a family of 4 adults. And these were not people who were out having an active social life someplace. The life was there in the home.
They gave you their time.
Yes, yes. And I remember years later.
Yeah, I was raised as an only child when my great auntie, she adopted me from my mom after that whole debacle and everything like that. And I was raised as an only child, even though I was aware I had siblings and everything like that. They didn't want to put me inside a foster home, so they just had our aunties take care of us and everything, so we still be inside the family or whatnot, and not be separated from our mother and everything, which is a good thing. But the system was kind of fucked at the time, and yeah, that's why I'm gonna talk about it with it. I did end up getting put in like a foster home, like I was like 11 or 12, I think. But after that, like yeah, damage already been done.
When I became a parent, and like other new parents, I wanted to know, when is the kid supposed to do this, when he's supposed to do that. And I said, how old was I when I started to walk? And this lone surviving member of the family that raised me said, Tommy, nobody knows when you could walk. Somebody was always carrying you. You know, but
so you had 4 adults doting on you.
Yes, yes, yes. And that's what, and then part of the rise of blacks before was because of things that were done by blacks. Example that I think of a lot was a kid who grew up in Harlem at the same time I did. We were in the same school. He lived 2 blocks from me. And we met many years later by accident on a street in San Francisco, and we talked about the old times. And one of the things he mentioned to me, that because he had gone on, he was making more money than I was, and he would become wealthy, and he lived overseas with servants, and he came back and moved out to the wine country and all that stuff. But one of the things that struck me, he said that he could remember times when he was growing up, when his father would sit at the dinner table watching the children eat and not eat anything himself. Now, it's not, that's what.
And now the father isn't even there.
Yes, that's right, that's right. So those kinds of things are what do it.
Right.
The fuck is going on the screen? Nah, good video or whatnot. Follow Thomas Swoles Reacts. All that gets hit. And oh, that's him right there, actually. Yeah, I think that's actually him.
Those kinds of things are what do it.
Right.
How the fuck did he keep his hairline all those years? He probably always kept it in an afro. That's probably why. Me, I'm slowly balding
The
and
greatest
shit.
danger to the liberal vision are facts about the consequences of liberalism itself and the laws, policies, and ways of life that the left has spawned. That the black family, which survived centuries of slavery and generations of discrimination, has disintegrated in the wake of the liberal welfare states is only one example. It's interesting when you really realize that the principles espoused by Thomas Sowell are for the growth and the success of the individual. Meanwhile, the liberals and the left pride themselves in grouping people as a whole into groups so that they can avoid every form of individual or personal accountability. It's easy.
Yeah, that's why I don't like using the term PLC or person of color, because I feel like that just groups us all under the same schedule, which it doesn't really, because like I understand that it's used to like, hey, I don't know your nationality, but I do understand that you're a person of color. I still feel that's racist. It's actually, ask a person their nationality. It's not that hard. It's not gonna be offended. Like that seems like this tactic of getting around saying like, oh, I don't know what race you are, so you just see a person of color. White's a color too, and black's a color. But then again, they're both counts as saturations or whatnot. Saturations and I think the other one's highlights. From what I remember from the color wheel. I do not want to get into color. I just recently heard a conversation about color and it came really bad. Oh wait, here it is, actually. So, white is an additive, black is a subtractive.
Easy for a lazy black person to say, well, blacks as a whole are being discriminated. But if you ask them what has been your personal experience of discrimination that has kept you where you are, then it gets a little bit more complicated. But you let me know what you think about this in the comments below. If you enjoyed it, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe, hit that bell if you're new to the channel. Thank you for watching, and on to the next one. Stay free.
Next video. Go to the next one.
ア
There
イ
we
ド
go.
ルを口説く方法を
Hey!
教えてください。僕には分かりません。内田守さんに聞きましょう。プラットフォームを
Hold on. Perfect blue, right?
プラットフォーム
What is, hold on. What is
方
this?
法を教えてください。僕には分かりません。内田守さんに聞きましょう。プラットフォームをホームに省略したのは誰ですか？ちょっと待って。ホーム、プラットフォーム。いや、電車の家だからと思ってた。先生、他の J-POP の曲の分析、解説をしてください。最初に作った動画がものすごくバズってたっていうか、再生数が回ってたんですよ。で、なるほど、これはいけるかなと思って、もう一個作ったんですよね。もう一個は、全く回りませんでした。だからまあ、最初の動画は、バグでまぐれでした。日本語、最初の動画は、
It's not crazy nuts? I mean, not crazy nuts. What the creepy nuts?
バグでまぐれでした。
It is. Out of nowhere. That's crazy.
日本語、日本関係ないんですけど、元気ですか？最近、ミノキシジルを毎日使ってて、それで髪の量が少しだけちょっと待って、増えてない？ちょっと待って、元気じゃないわ。日本のジェンアルファスレングを教えてください。いや、お前、これ、ジェンアルファに見えるか？どうこの生え際？デミはルーシーさん。リスニングがちょっと苦手ですよね。私はずっと、エロゲーのライトノベルを読んでいるんで、どうですかね？ JAV を見るしかないですかね？のを言ってくださいよ。本物の人間を見るのが苦手なんで、まあもう一個のコメントにあったと思うんですけど、まあもちろん変態はいくらでもあります。でも、最近僕がよくじゃなくて VTuber のそれ系のやつあるんじゃない？僕は知らないんですけど。肯定アクセントの質問です。ありがとうは僕には。
He's just gonna be reading comments? I think he is. I think he's just reading comments.
Ah, そっか。しょぼいとはこういうことか。人気カップルが公。好きな四字熟語は何ですか？電気花火です。日本で友達を作る方ってるんですけど、よりそるがない。地図聞けたらに来た上手ぐらい。他の意味に、僕がでも判断しなんで、ではないのが実際に言うこと、取る。態度。みんなではないんですけど、多くの日本人は。
Yeah, he's just reading comments. I thought this was just gonna. Oh, I'm subscribed to him? What the fuck? I have to watch one of his other videos. Months. What the fuck did I watch from him? Me to already be subscribed 1 year ago. All right. Next video. Yeah, he's just reading off
brought
comments.
forward the 1v1 side view martial arts game.
Oh wait,
but its clunky
wait.
joystick gameplay.
Oh, this is from Acore Gaming. Every fighting game type explained. Let's go.
When Riot revealed the gameplay trailer for its upcoming fighting game 2XKO, a user on Reddit described the game as a Tekken-like, which caused a collective facepalming of fighting game fans. It was like someone saw these spring rolls and called them burritos.
Yeah.
Well, there's spring rolls.
Tekken and 2XKO are obviously different to fighting game players, but it's not surprising how these games could seem similar to the layperson. Look at how many have a character select screen, a side view angle of both players facing each other, and life bars depleting towards the center until someone is KO'd. Win enough rounds and win the match. How can these games be all that different if so many share these fundamental characteristics? But the same can be said about a genre of music like rock.
Wait a minute, this sounds like rock and or roll.
Rock and
music
roll.
mostly has some combination of electric guitars, bass, drum kits, and around 3 to 5 members, but everyone knows punk rock is not the same as blues rock, which is not the same as technical death metal. There are so many different types of rock music now.
Okay, I'm gonna say this now. Hip hop's not the same as rap. It's not the same as gangster rap. It's not the same as G-funk. It's not the same as trap. It's not the same as drill, and it's not the same as fucking drum and bass. Those are all different genres that fall under hip hop and stuff like that. Fall under hip hop and rap and stuff like that. But they are not the same.
But if you go back in time, you can trace it.
I hate when people confuse hip hop with drill and trap and stuff like that. Nah, that's not what it is.
Roots down to the father of rock and roll, Chuck Berry.
If you would have tried to try and give rock and roll another name, you might call it Chuck Berry.
Many artists contributed to the birth of rock, but Chuck Berry is described as the one who came closest to putting all the essential pieces together, thus forming an archetype. So too with fighting games, if you go back far enough, you can find its archetype, Street Fighter II: The World Warrior in 1991. Yes, it was inspired by many iconic fighting games before it, but they also served as prototypes that laid the groundwork for what Street Fighter II would become. Karate Champ in 1984 brought forward the 1v1 side view martial arts game, but its clunky...
Wait. What happened to the Intervention? Wasn't that before 83? Not like 71 or something like that? Not 71, 79?
Double joystick gameplay did not hold up over time. ER Kung Fu had health bars and multiple characters, but it was sadly single player only, and even with all the lasting innovations Street Fighter I had, it still did not let you select a character. These games were popular and sold well, but none would get close to the impact and success of Street Fighter II, which would go on to sell over 22 million copies across platforms. It just had the right combination of design and gameplay that became the basis for so many fighting games going forward, including major titles being made today. So what exactly are these design and gameplay elements that made Street Fighter II so successful that it transformed the arcade culture from one of getting personal high scores into one of beating a human opponent?
You win!
Well, for starters, obviously a versus mode. Having the objective be to mess up another human player is what largely distinguished the fighting game genre from the single-player and co-op beat-em-up genres. It's why people were confused when Sifu got nominated for Best Fighting Game at the Game Awards.
That's a beat-em-up.
Holy dumb excuse me?
If there were a classification tree for fighting games post Street Fighter II, the fundamental characteristic at the top should be a versus mode. From here, we branch off into two categories, archetypal and hybrid, or if you prefer, traditional and non-traditional, or, I don't know, classic and modern.
Let's go, we learn about fighting games.
Like many games before it, Street Fighter II was a 2D fighting game with a side perspective where both characters are always facing each other. This means that the character movement is described as moving backwards and forwards as opposed to merely left and right. Because it's a 2D game, you cannot evade attacks by moving to the third dimension any more than the original Pac-Man could jump over ghosts. This is why these NPCs can be so chill when a fight is happening right in front of them. They know they'll never get hit. Modern versions of these games might have 3D models and environments, but if the gameplay still takes place in those two dimensions, you still have a 2D fighting game, though some will call them 2.5D. But while you cannot evade by moving into the third dimension, you can evade by going up really high. So characters jumped higher than their own height, making the combat look like Cirque du Soleil. Making use of the 8-way joystick of the era, up was neutral jump, up forward was forward jump, and up back was back jump. Each of the 3-way jumps are at fixed heights, trajectories, and distances per character. Hold forward to walk forward, hold back to walk backwards, and hold down to crouch. Simple enough, but the directionals also control the blocking. You hold back to block, which is the same input to walk backwards, and hold down back to crouch block. If you've noticed, all the jumping and blocking are done on the 8-way joystick. This is because the creator of Street Fighter 1, Takashi Nishiyama, wanted the 6-button game in an era where 2 or 3 was the norm. He would argue that a 6-button game wouldn't be too complicated if all the buttons did the same thing: attack. Nishiyama got his way, and Street Fighter would have no jump button and no block button for over 3 decades and counting. But there was an unintentional consequence of a hold back to block system, which had become a major part of the archetypal 2D fighting game to this day. The problem or feature of hold back to block is that the input for back changes depending on if your opponent is to your right or your left. If your opponent is to your right, you hold left to block. If they're to your left, you hold right to block. Simple enough, but which way should you hold here to block? Left or right?
Forward.
It's hard to know which direction is back if you don't know if your opponent will be to your right or your left.
You walk towards them.
In this case, you must hold right to block because the opponent ends up to your left when the attack connects. Tricky, but that's what makes it so good. An attack that suddenly requires you to switch blocking direction to defend is called a cross-up.
So the first guy I ever saw do cross-ups, his name was Tony Tsui. I was doing cross-ups myself, but didn't even know I was doing it. I just knew that for whatever reason, if I jumped into somebody really deep, all of a sudden the guy couldn't block it.
A big part of fighting games is to make your opponent defend incorrectly.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd start doing cross-ups until like I was playing Street Fighter 0.
More specifically, in this case, a left-right mix-up.
I always want to see this.
I've done Third Strike.
Let's get rid of the spelling bee already. I don't care about kids memorizing words out of a dictionary. There's no resets in the dictionary. There's no cross-ups in spelling.
But it's hard to cross someone up when they're a moving target. Luckily, Street Fighter 2 also introduced knockdowns, which rendered a player immobile but invulnerable until they got up again. With the opponent on the ground, you can get in position to plan your mix-up. If it hits like this, there's a small window where you can score another free hit afterwards before the game will let your opponent block. This glitch is what we now know as a combo. From here, you can do a special attack before your attack animation finishes and get a third free hit. Game is starting to look busted now.
I'm gonna
Look at this
uppercut it.
janky animation transition. Starting another move before the previous one finishes its animation is called canceling, a staple feature of the 2D fighting game archetype and extremely impossible in real life. Street Fighter 2 lead designer Akira Nishitani said, "We thought this was quite interesting and it didn't seem to cause any bugs, so we decided it could be a feature to expand the gameplay." So, another genre-defining accident. This whole glitch-filled attack sequence where you planned your left-right mix-up feels like you were setting your opponent up, which is exactly why they're called setups. But the left-right mix-up would not have worked if the game did not have hold back to block and used the block button instead.
Like Mortal
Kombat did in 1992.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I didn't think I would call it out. Also, I recognize the button layout.
When blocking is done with a button instead of a direction, there is no left or right blocking to worry about, meaning no left-right mix-up game to be had. Whether Scorpion throws his spear or does his side-switching teleport punch, the answer is the same: block button. This would actually be a nightmare to deal with if you had to hold back to block, because you'd have to walk backwards to block spear and forwards to block teleport punch. But funny enough, this nightmare came true when Scorpion became a guest character in Injustice, NetherRealm Studios' first hold back to block fighting game.
Really?
How can you say that this move has been toned down? Look at it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
It breaks the rules of the game.
This became a great example of a guest character bringing over their abilities into a host's world only to harass its people with never-before-seen technology. Basically, what I call the Predator effect. Calls for tournament bans and nerfs would reach game director Ed Boon on social media, where he acknowledged the issue and promised changes. A glance at the 15-page thread on the Mortal Kombat forum testyourmight.com shows how divided people were when they found out Injustice would be a hold-back-to-block game. Mortal Kombat is unique for being a major OG 2D fighting hold-back-to-block game. What
is this? Is this a not a Switch? Is this a Switch? No, it's way too small to be a Switch. Cause that's a phone case. What is this? I kind of want it. Cause this is Mortal Kombat is this? Wait, no, this is a low res Mortal Kombat. What is this? I really do want this. I want to know what this is.
Mortal Kombat is unique for being a major OG 2D fighting game that is not hold back to block. Its rock music equivalent would be Elvis, a major OG rock artist who stood out from the others by doing his own thing and taking the performative aspects to the next level.
Lies! You stole from black people!
But even without a left-right mix-up game, you can still have the high-low mix-up game, the question of whether you should stand block or crouch block, also known as blocking high or low. The rule established by Street Fighter II was that blocking high will defend against high attacks and jumping attacks, but lose to low attacks, which makes intuitive sense, look how vulnerable those ankles are, and blocking low will defend against both low attacks and high attacks, but will lose to jumping attacks. Not as intuitive, but that's the rule still used today. But high-low mix-ups in Street Fighter II weren't so scary because crouch block covered all attacks on the ground, and jumping attacks were easy to react to with stand block because everyone jumped so damn high. But there was a downside of crouch blocking, which was that you couldn't move. So a spacing game was played where you'd try to tag your walking opponent with a quick and long low attack while avoiding or blocking theirs. One of the earliest examples of footsies, the strategic combat focused on movement and attack ranges. But even still, crouch blocking was really effective, so they had to add a couple things that could beat blocking, namely throws and chip damage from blocked special attacks. But as you can see, Street Fighter had a this beats that, but that beats this kind of rock, paper, scissors gameplay, but with every choice contingent on timing and spacing.
Tomo taught me a method called the TDR. Timing, distance, and reactions.
But a way to bypass this spacing game on the ground is to do a jumping attack. But the downside is that you cannot block in the air, making it risky. A big part of the game was to make people impatiently jump at you so you can strike them out of the air, also known as an anti-air.
Oh, you can.
What an anti-air!
This is how the game of fireballs and uppercuts became central to its gameplay. Street Fighter II's combat schematic became the foundation of the 2D fighting game and has been used in countless titles. But like with anything, the archetype would evolve, and in the early days, much of it was thanks to SNK, who poached the makers of Street Fighter I, Takashi Nishiyama and Hiroshi Matsumoto. While Capcom focused on refining Street Fighter II gameplay with all its bazillion updates, SNK was working on refining Street Fighter II gameplay with all its
Championship Edition. That was Rainbow Edition, wasn't it?
While Capcom focused on refining Street Fighter II gameplay with all its
Hyper Fighting, okay, that wasn't Rainbow Edition.
Bazillion updates, SNK was working on new fighting game franchises and innovating like crazy. Matsumoto's Art of Fighting in 1992 would introduce meter, super moves, taunting, and dashing where you tap forward or back twice for quick bursts of movement. Street Fighter would add all these mechanics to its core gameplay much later. In '93, weapon-based fighting game Samurai Showdown introduced running, tap forward twice and hold, something Mortal Kombat would again add a button for. Backdash and run would become standard in many fighting games going forward. But not all innovations stuck around. Nishiyama's Fatal Fury was the most experimental at the time, with its kind of 3D two-lane battle system, hold down forward to crouch walk, and a 2v1 co-op mode that made the good guys look like bullies. Nevertheless, with so many fighting game characters under their belt, SNK made a crossover game called The King of Fighters 94. This introduced the team battle system where each player picks a team of 3 characters and the order in which they appear. When a character's life bar is depleted, the next character on the team takes over. The player who can eliminate all 3 of their opponent's characters wins the game. As their new flagship fighting game, SNK would continue to add features in each iteration. KOF 94 introduced spot dodging, a way to dodge in place for a moment to avoid attacks, a kind of a pseudo-dodge into the 3rd dimension. In KOF 95, they experimented with the option to do a longer 3-way jump, and Fatal Fury 3 experimented with the short hop. By KOF 96, you could do a running short hop called a hyper hop, which allowed for some sneaky high-low left-right mix-ups. Combine this with rolling, an evasion mechanic that goes through fireballs and people, and you've essentially got the control scheme for what we know as King of Fighters gameplay. Tons of new movement and jumping options added to the 2D archetype.
I think what makes KOF unique in the current era of fighting games is that its movement options are kind of like a happy medium between what you would find in old Street Fighter and also in anime air dashes and whatnot.
Wait, does he talk about fucking Flexo? How to become anime, American anime, assist me, fighting games, 3D gameplay. Okay, he's gonna talk about it soon.
Option which increases the speed of regular interactions, several different kinds of jumps that all have strengths and weaknesses, and classically also just really good buttons.
In contrast, modern Street Fighter at the core still uses controls from Street Fighter 2, but with forward and backdashing added from 3 onwards. Yes, Street Fighter games have had mechanics like long jump, parries, custom combos, and focus attack, but these act more like guess mechanics that change from game to game, which is why each Street Fighter iteration is so different yet so familiar at the same time. But the thing that binds Street Fighter, KOF, and other SNK games together is the rule that you cannot block in the air. This keeps players closer to the ground, which is why there should be a subcategory for grounded fighting games. A great example of a grounded fighting game is Capcom vs. SNK 2, which lets you choose which mechanics you want your character to have through its groove
You can air block in a groove though, can't you?
System.
It merges and compresses basically a decade of fighting game history into one game and tries to create all these different mechanics or permutations of mechanics from each game's original series to make those characters feel like they could be at home. You can play with SNK style systems like with a spot dodge or with rolling with short hop. You can play with charge style meter or the stock style meter. You get a rage gauge and K group that's kind of like Sam shows, but with just defend that makes it feel a little bit like Garo Mark of the Wolves. But you can also play Capcom characters in those SNK systems, and you can kind of mix and match to really get something that feels like it's what.
No, just play A, K, and P. No, A, K, and S groove. You should be fine. All the other grooves suck, apparently.
You want.
Patrick, #1 USA player at this moment.
After Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was released in 1994, Capcom finally started to flex their own innovations with Darkstalkers, their first post-Street Fighter 2 fighting game. It would introduce a third type of blocking, hold back the block in the air. But there was a caveat. Air blocking could only block jumping attacks, not attacks from the ground, which includes uppercuts. This kind of partial air blocking was found in Street Fighter Alpha, and more recently, the Granblue Versus series. In terms of offense, Darkstalkers implemented a primitive form of chain combos, where a loosely dialed-in series of buttons would magically do a combo, a departure from the stricter link-based combo timings of Street Fighter and KOF-like games. It was around this time when combos were being recognized by both the players and the developers, and Combo Mania had hit a peak with the release of Killer Instinct.
Killer Instinct! Oh my god, I love Killer Instinct.
A game with a unique combo system that allowed you to do some that exceeded 10, 20, or even 30 hits during a match. But with great combos comes great one-sided gameplay, so they also incorporated a way to stop your opponent's combo in the middle of it, the combo breaker.
If he would have jumped, he would have fucking got the reset in the combo, and kept going.
But preferences for a combo breaker system can vary, and typically SNK and Capcom fighting games tend not to have them. But while Capcom says no to combo breakers, they were completely okay with adding dashing. Darkstalkers was the first Capcom game to add dashing for the entire cast. But these were no ordinary dashes, and they varied from character to character. Some would hop, slide, or even fly like Morrigan. But Lord Raptor would go one step further and break the laws of physics by performing the first dash in the air. We'd also see cartoon physics in World Heroes, where the two ninjas performed the first fighting game Double Jump in 1992.
Wait!
But how absurd would it
Chungi had a wall jump, right?
be if everyone could air dash and double jump? What if everyone could also do chain combos?
Guilty Gear, let's go!
What if people could block anything in the air without caveats? It wouldn't be absurd, it would just be anime. Guilty Gear in 1998 would have air dash, double jumps, and true air blocking for everyone, opening up way more interactions in the air and truly distinguishing itself from its grounded
when everybody have infinites and no one is special
counterparts. This new type of 2D hold back to block game was called anime, or sometimes air dasher. As a side note, the anime
or bathroom fighter
game type mostly refers to the gameplay, not just the aesthetics. Some anime-looking games are known to have more grounded gameplay. I'm looking at you, Granblue, and DNF Duel. Anyways, in Guilty Gear X2 onwards, they added a clever combo breaker system called Burst, which became a defining mechanic of the series. It's clever because you can only do it when your gauge is full, which means there are times a player can do their combo uninterrupted, times when they can enjoy the counterplay of breaking the combo, or times when they counter the counterplay by baiting burst and starting another combo, this time uninterruptible. These big brain mechanics are common in anime games, and it's where you can find the most creative and nerdiest systems akin to what you'd find in a collectible card game. In Under Night In-Birth, this grind grid gauge measures who has the most grid blocks by the time this ring-shaped meter is full, which then puts that player into a Vorpal state, which increases damage by 10% and gives them access to chain shift. Would you like to learn more? Here's 27 tutorials and a PhD when you're done. How about a game with such long, unbreakable combos that players have time to take selfies while they're getting hit? Anime games take the 2D archetype and bring it up to 11. Visually, mechanical.
Bro, who's the guy who ordered a pizza during the fucking Hato no Ken fighting game? Somebody ordered damn near like a whole pizza, bro, because the combos in Hato no Ken is so fucking long, bro, for no reason. Like, just kill me already, bro. I don't even sit here for you combo me in the air 80 fucking times. Just fucking kill me already, bro.
Mechanically and musically.
I know you're doing it to like floss or everything like that, but fuck. Okay, that's funny.
Here too is Chuck Berry. Anime games might be progressive metal.
You know, they used to tell us our songs were way too long. We used weird time signatures and there were too many guitar solos. In fact, this song is in 17/8, so try to tap your foot to it. But we just won a Grammy, so I'm glad we didn't listen.
But Capcom had been building up to their own anime-like game, or more precisely, a superhero comic-like game. Right after Darkstalkers, Capcom released X-Men Children of the Atom, which introduced their take on universal
high jump. Let's go.
Instead of making a longer fixed jump arc like in King of Fighters, super jumps in X-Men went really high. Like, so high they had to draw twice as much stage background vertically. They even made an indicator for the other player that was off the screen below. But it wasn't just the jump height that was unique. Super jumps also let you drift your character left and right in the air for the first time, kind of like you do in platformers. You could also do multiple attacks in one jump, and characters like Storm had an 8-way air dash, and Sentinel could literally fly. Combine this with the fact that you can block anything in the air, you wonder why even be on the ground. You'll just be susceptible to high-low mix-ups anyways. In the air, there is no standing or crouching state, so there are no high-low mix-ups to worry about. Holding up back to jump and air block because you're too chicken to deal with a high-low mix-up on the ground is called chicken blocking. But this made air combat so good that they also improved ground mobility with dashes that you could cancel into other commands. You could even dash and cancel into another dash, which is known as wave dashing, allowing players to move extremely quickly on the ground. But with movement, blocking, and multiple attacks all available while super jumping, you ultimately got a lot more battles in the air, like a superhero comic book. This type of fighting game alone would be enough to distinguish itself from other genres.
That's an infinite?
But this series of games was just
I was about to say, there's no way that's a fucking infinite.
Enough to distinguish itself from other genres, but this series of games was just getting started.
They're just flying.
Go for the air grab.
They're just flying.
Assist me, let's go.
In 1996, Capcom would release X-Men vs. Street Fighter, which would become one of the first tag team fighting games, not to be confused with the existing team battle system in KOF, which only switches characters when one gets eliminated. Attack Fighter lets you switch between your selected characters with a command, and depending on the game, you can even fight simultaneously with some limitations. But what really changed everything was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which let you
talk about Marvel vs. Capcom 1.
But what really changed everything was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which let you call out your teammate to briefly assist you in the fight, also simply known as calling an assist. Again, SNK had a primitive version of this back in KOF 94 where you could call in a teammate only if you were stunned or in a hold. But in Marvel, you could call an assist almost any time you're able to attack, allowing for some impressive offense and combos.
Now you can see he's still going.
How do you block when your opponent hits you jumping while their assist hits you low at the same time? If perfectly synced, it's theoretically an unblockable. To give the defender a chance against this kind of oppressive offense, there was a mechanic that pushed your opponent away while blocking called push block. But the downside of having multiple characters on screen at once is that you can also get them all killed at once. When two characters of the same team are caught in a deadly combo, it's ironically called a happy birthday.
Oh my goodness. Happy birthday.
And in the rare case it's 3 characters, it's called a Merry Christmas, giving new meaning to the joy of giving.
Oh my goodness, that was a Merry Christmas. Well, I ain't seen a Merry Christmas in years.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2 would establish itself as an archetype for 2D tag fighters, which became known as a versus game. But this tag system is also seen in games like Skullgirls, BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle, and Dragon Ball FighterZ, which are varying blends of versus and anime. If you look at the 3 subcategories of the 2D hold back to block games, you can notice there's a gradation that goes from you sure you want to jump all the way to why the hell are you not jumping. The archetypal 2D fighting game evolved to go more upwards. Makes sense because you certainly can't go into the background. But what if you could?
3D fighting games, let's go.
Rewind back to 1993 and you have Virtua Fighter, the first 3D fighting game with actual polygons and a 3D camera.
I thought it was Soul Calibur or Soul Edge that was the first 3D fighter. I didn't know Virtua Fighter did it first. That's good to know.
At first glance, it looks like a 2D fighting game just with 3D graphics, but this is no 2.5D game. The background is now empty because it now has become part of the playing field. In terms of fighting games and gaming in general, it was revolutionary. There's an old Game FAQs guide from 1994 that describes it best.
Take a look at this. I found this on the internet.
Different is good. With the release of their first ever fighting game, Sega has broken new ground by designing the only current martial arts game whose draw isn't violence or the ever-popular magic moves, but whose draw is realism, fluidity of motion, and genuine martial arts techniques. But this focus on realism and genuine martial arts also affected the gameplay. Walk speeds were more realistic, attacks had way more frames of animation, and high jumping became much less effective, to the point where 3D fighting games eventually phased them out. This basically eliminated the left-right mix-up game, and like Mortal Kombat, 3D fighting games focused on the high-low mix-up.
Let's go, Tekken!
Is your Tekken 7 champion!
The high-low blocking rules are similar to 2D games, except that highs are now always duckable, and jumping attacks are now called mids. They changed the name because in 3D games, most attacks that beat crouch blocking could now be done from the ground. Moves like gut punches, knees, and hop kicks became typical indicators of mid attacks, and Virtua Fighter suddenly made it extremely dangerous to crouch block because you cannot react to most mid attacks like you can with Cirque du Soleil jumping attacks. In later 3D fighting games, these mids could launch you and lead to a juggle combo, easily doing 40% or more damage. Whether they knew it or not, the mid would become a game changer. Over time, more and more 2D fighting games started to have mid attacks of their own called overheads, with a visual cue of an attack hitting downwards or a hopping attack, but they generally aren't as scary as mids in 3D games. Because crouch blocking became so risky, it became overall safer to stand block, which is the opposite of 2D hold back to block games.
I should play Tekken 7. Yeah. Tekken 7!
But the high-low mix-ups get even harder to block because Virtua Fighter allowed you to press certain sequences of buttons which would activate a flurry of attacks that can be a mix of high, low, and yes, mid attacks. These are called attack strings, and recognizing these patterns can help you defend against them, but with so many strings and variations, you're bound to get hit by something. This is the high-low mix-up game of the archetypal 3D fighter, and in a way, there are a lot of parallels to modern Mortal Kombat, which also has attack strings with mids and a juggle-centric combo system. But Mortal Kombat is a 2D game. What was it that made Virtua Fighter play like a 3D game, not just look like it? In 2D fighting games, you cannot hit a knockdown opponent by default. the attack just goes through them. This was likely preferable to being able to always hit them, which would lack any meaningful counterplay, unless you had some kind of shrimping mechanic or let everyone move like Aki. But in a 3D game like Virtua Fighter, they allow you to hit downed opponents because the counterplay is simple and elegant. Side roll into the background or foreground. This paved the way for the sophisticated get-up games 3D games are known for, and over time, 2D games started to add more get-up options to have more counterplay against setups. But the lateral movement in Virtua Fighter could only be done when knocked down, and sidestepping in a 3D game wouldn't appear until Tekken 2, but only one character had it.
Okay, so Tekken 2 was a 3D game, obviously, but it didn't actually have 3D movement. The only person who could actually do a sidestep was Kazuya.
Really?
It's called the misstep, and all you do is do forward neutral, and like that. It'll move in and out. You can't really control the direction of it. It'll just randomly either go right or left. But he was the first one to do it.
Side dodging as a universal mechanic was introduced in Battle Arena Toshinden in 1995 with this rolling move. In 96, sidestepping appeared in Virtua Fighter 3 using a new dodge button. In 97, Tekken 3 got tap up or down to sidestep and has had it since. In 98, Soul Calibur introduced its distinctive 8-way run system where you can move freely in 8 directions on the ground.
I hate it.
Even with lateral...
I kind of hated it because you have to tap X and up in order to jump, do certain moves and stuff like that. Like I think Astrov had an overhead where you have to tap, jump, and hit, I think, vertical slash, I think? Yeah, I think it's vertical slash.
Movement, the characters would still automatically face each other, and the camera would lock on to the side perspective, though sometimes the cameraman needed to be fired. The ability to move laterally gave
what?
Though sometimes the cameraman needed to be fired. The ability to move laterally gave players 2 new ways to avoid attacks, sidestep left and sidestep right. In a way, this kind of replaced the role of jumping high to avoid attacks in 2D games, which is evidenced by 3D games phasing out its moon jumping. Jumping in 3D games evolved into realistic jump heights with the purpose of going over low attacks, but not mids or highs, further expanding its high-low gameplay. But in one of the most controversial examples of the Predator effect in Tekken 7, guest character Akuma uses his 2D Street Fighter jump to go over Jin's otherwise safe mid-attack and do a 95% damage combo.
And Raging Demon.
That was the first time where people really started talking about Akuma before like the Pakistanis came around, you know? And I think that moment in itself just shows just how Pakistanis came around.
Niggas at 2% after this. Wait. Did he get hit in the beginning? Yeah, he did get hit in the beginning because this is right before damage, right? Akuma was getting his ass handed to him in this fight, getting destroyed. Look at his 1 pixel life, and I think what happened is Jin dropped the combo, and then you get this.
Do a 95% damage combo.
Hold on, we can actually look this up. Got to put the percent. Where was it? Here it is.
Okay, now he's letting him move. He's letting him demon flip, but you know, Chikuru not afraid. He's just standing there. He's trying to pile the pressure. Counter
boom, 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 boom.
No, just that he's gonna get the wall damage here. Standing 2, Savage Sword.
So much damage on that.
But Super Akuma needs 1 hit here. He needs 1 hit. If he gets 1 hit here, it's gonna. Oh my gosh.
If he gets 1 hit here, it's party time. Oh,
it's party.
Should have been fucking dead, by the way. I've seen that punch kill so many Akumas.
Oh my gosh.
If he gets 1 hit here, it's party time.
Boop.
Oh. It's party time and Chikurin's invited. Oh, here it is.
Oh, here we go. Why did you say that, Mark?
I want to see parties, man.
Oh my God, look at the health.
And the demon, Let's go.
I can't believe what we're seeing. And look at the life bar. Oh my goodness.
He probably has a sliver, right? He might have a sliver.
What?
Oh my God.
Oh my
Let's go.
Oh,
get fucking parried, nigga.
The comeback.
Get fucking parried, bro. Yeah, fucking, that's just like.
1 hit. If he gets 1 hit here, it's gonna.
Honestly.
Oh my gosh.
If he gets. One hit here is party.
Akuma just should have been just dead right here. Dead ass. He should have been 100% just dead. This should have went into point Jin. But nah, bro. This motherfucker did a parry afterwards.
It's party time and Chikarin's invited. Oh, here it is.
Oh, here we go. Why did you say that, Mark?
I want to see parties, man.
Oh my God, look at the health.
And the demon. Let's go.
I can't believe what we're seeing. And look at the life bar.
I'm shocked that the racing demon didn't just kill.
Oh my goodness.
He probably has a sliver, right? He might have a sliver.
Combo.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Oh, the comeback.
So you have 200 IQ, I got 202. Let's go.
Wow, I cannot believe that. Guys, you need to clip that. That was absolutely insane. Almost 100% combo. Touch of death here.
All right. I'm gonna click on that video next after. Actually, I'm gonna watch that video on my own. But yeah, fucking 92%, nigga. I mean, 98%.
Combo.
I can't believe what we're seeing. And look at the life bar.
That was the first time where people really started talking about Akuma before, like, the Pakistanis came around, you know? And I think that moment in itself just shows just how dumb Akuma was, if we're being honest. Having access to tools like jump, which unfortunately crushes highs, mids, and lows, I think that's just not fair at all. And again, it breaks the rules, the fundamental rules of Tekken.
I'm Vincent, Super Akuma, they call me. I'll let you guess what character I play. Akuma is built around having great lows and not so good mids, right? Obviously he's got good mids, but it's the lows that are the real problem, so you have to duck more. In 2D games, most of your time blocking is crouching, and you only get up for overheads. But in Tekken, it's the opposite, where you're standing, and it's the lows where you make the read or react and duck.
You should not lose for simply holding back, and I think that's the problem with Akuma. If you just hold back, you're going to die, and there's no other character like that, besides the 2Ds, of course, and that's not Tekken in my eyes.
I think he would be less hated, probably still hated, but less hated if he was just a brand new Tekken character. The fact that he's a guest, you know, people are kind of xenophobic in that way, I guess.
Wow.
Because right now they feel like they're justified. Like, oh, he's got nothing to do in Tekken. I mean, yeah, but it's been 6 years, get over it.
I think I've just gotten used to it at this point. I've been told many times by people, oh, all you gotta do is backdash versus Akuma. I think that's great advice as well. I should backdash to the wall where I get killed for holding back. Great advice, guys. Thank you very much.
Oh no, Spag! What's happening? Oh my God, it's the
While the 3D fighting game has become its own subgenre, it's difficult to make further subcategories because there are not nearly as many 3D games.
Bullshit! The Budokai games and the Tenkaichi games and the Xenoverse games are their own subcategory, but I think he's going to talk about that.
As there are 2D games, and the major 3D franchises are distinct enough to just be their own thing. In a way, Virtua Fighter can be likened to Buddy Holly, whose everyman persona brought a realism to rock and roll, while also pioneering new recording techniques like double tracking to give a more three-dimensional sound.
I hate there.
By the late 90s, the market was saturated with fighting games that were based on both the 2D and 3D archetypes.
Yes,
so
let's
naturally
go.
there would be games that combined aspects
Techromancer,
of both.
let's go!
In 1997,
Rival
Capcom
Schools,
released
let's go!
Rival Schools, which had the familiar gameplay of 2D games like high jumping, magic moves, and special attack cancels, but it also allowed you to sidestep into the background like in a 3D game.
You press a button
these
for that.
games are not very common, and even Fighting
game.
Layer, which started its series with this kind of gameplay, ended up shifting over to a more conventional 2.5D fighting game.
I should go back to playing that game.
Back. There isn't a particular term for games that play like 2D fighting games while utilizing a 3D plane, so for now, I'll just call them 5D fighting games because 2 + 3 = 5? I don't know. Maybe it'll become a thing when Tekken Cross Street Fighter comes out.
We had Tekken Cross get out!
But there also isn't a term for a fighting game where you
Best
can
friends
jump
being best friends.
downwards. There's a game called Antinomy of Common Flowers based on the Toho universe that allows you to do a three-way jump upwards or downwards with the middle of the screen being the quote-unquote ground that some...
Nigga, what? I've seen this gameplay once. I've never seen that. What the fuck? I didn't know that.
Somehow is the center of gravity with the characters floating in the air. This means you can do an instant down.
Oh, I have seen it like this. This is another fighting game where you fly around. It's like Psychic Force or some shit like that.
Back jump, forward air dash, cross up. Just imagine a 5D version of this game. At the other end, there are also ultra minimalist fighting games like Dive Kick that only uses 2 buttons and has no blocking. All these games take an assortment of aspects of all the categories to concoct something unique while still being based on the archetype. These games are to fighting games what platypuses are to mammals, and so we have the archetypal other category. If you've made it this far, congrats. This covers all the fighting game types based on the archetype, but there's still another half of the fighting game tree where things get really interesting.
Smash Bros, a platform fighter, let's go!
Game designer Masahiro Sakurai was at an arcade destroying someone in King of Fighters, but when he found out the players on the other side were a couple who had no idea what they were doing, he felt terrible. It inspired him to make an accessible fighting game called Super Smash Bros., released in 1999. This game was also a 2D game with a side perspective, but it deviated so much from the original fighting game archetype that people wondered if it could even be called a fighting game. The most obvious difference is the percentage system and stocks instead of life bars and rounds. The goal is to knock your opponent off the edge of the screen to eliminate their stocks, and hitting them increases their percentage, which increases how far they get knocked back. But the combat itself also takes a very different approach. Remember all that talk about cross-ups, left, right, and high-low mix-ups, scary mids, overheads, and chicken blocking? In Smash, none of that exists because there is no auto-facing, and the game's controls are indifferent to what side you're on. You just move left and right instead of forwards and backwards, which allows you to attack away from your opponent, which would be impossible in a 2D hold back to block game. Smash also replaced the high-low blocking game with this intuitive shielding system. Holding the shield button will activate a protective bubble that covers your entire body until it shrinks. The exposed parts of the body are then vulnerable. This is much more intuitive than explaining to someone why this is a high attack. You also don't have to explain motion inputs because...
Hold on, stop. Hold on. What was that comment?
Explaining to someone why this is a high attack.
I knew this is a standing light kick in Street Fighter 6. Since Street Fighter 2 generations, it was standing attacks, and crouching punches were considered to be high attacks, while crouching kicks considered to be... since this would look absurd, even for the video game, for a sumo wrestler to do a quick high kick like Ryu or Ken, they set up for a low kicking animation. Even though the attack was standing and hits high, it still works because high kicks in 2D games never had the requirement to go over crouching opponents head like in 3D games.
You also don't have to explain more intuitive than explaining to someone why this is a high attack. You also don't have to explain motion inputs because Smash did away with them in favor of a special attack button that does different things depending on what direction you're holding.
Dude, I bet you when Sakurai did the fucking Ryu, Jin, and Terry Bogard shit, and they were showing like fighting game players, you could also do pretzel motion with Terry. I bet you felt he died inside a little bit, knowing that like he whipped the person's ass in the fighting game and he was somebody's couple and they just left all sad.
If you've noticed, the way Smash works is like the many side-scrolling platformers you've played before. But also like platformers, the control you have over running and jumping is unlike anything in the archetypal games, even Marvel. In addition to double jumping, drifting, and short hopping, you can choose to fall faster by tapping down. You can also control the trajectory of your character when getting knocked around, which is known as directional influence.
Holding on, DIing in so he doesn't get pushed off.
And all this is done with a 360-degree analog stick, which is more directions than 8.
Blasting off at a protractor measured angle.
This level of control is why actions per minute enters the conversation in Smash at the highest levels, especially in Melee. It's no wonder Smash players call hold back to block games traditional. But as different as Smash is from the 2D and 3D fighting game archetypes, Smash has mechanics inspired by those games, like short hop attacks, roll, which makes you briefly invincible, and spot dodge, which are all mechanics found in King of Fighters.
The most similar game in terms of movement is probably KOF, where you have a lot of different types of hops, like you have the short hop, full jump, dash, hyper hop, and a jump in can be minus or plus depending on exactly when you time it, stuff like that.
Armada has no shield. Armada has it! Leppin
Hi, I'm Leffen. I'm a fighting game / Smash player, if you think those are different. But I'm mostly known for Smash, and more recently, through Dragon Ball and Guilty Gear Strive, I've been known more as a fighting game player as well.
This is 2 different Evo titles in 2 different fighting games, like we talk about Rarefied Air.
I think a lot of traditional fighting game players think that Smash is, like has very different mechanics and stuff like that.
After someone took a nap
from like a Street Fighter or a Guilty Gear or Tekken to Smash is probably not nearly as big as they think. They can sometimes have pretty similar decision making. A lot of the hit lag block stun, a lot of the grab versus blocking, whiff punishing, and movement and all that stuff. It really exists in Smash. It just has different forms. And I think that's the same thing for like, how Smash has few traditional fighting games. A lot of them were like, oh my god, you're blocking forever. Is there any real counterplay? Yeah. Maybe you don't shield as much in for as long sequences, but it's not that different from someone who gets edge guarded for 30 seconds and then barely makes it back. That said though, I think it does take a long time to get used to the other if you're used to one.
Now over 2 decades old, there are many platform fighting games made by indie developers and large studios alike, and major tournaments like Genesis that specialize in these games. Without a doubt, the platform fighter deserves its own subcategory under hybrid. The rock equivalent here, the platform fighter deserves its own subcategory under hybrid. The rock equivalent here would be the Beastie Boys, who combined hip-hop with rock music, inspiring a new sound that would explode in the 90s to the consternation of purists. So platform fighting games are a thing, but what about fighting game platformers? Before Smash, there was a game called Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, a side-scrolling platformer game that took place in the Mortal Kombat universe.
It's a beat 'em up.
It was
a cool
idea,
it's just
but
a beat 'em
they
up.
forced the archetypal 2D fighting game controls in a side-scrolling platformer game, which ended up being a hilarious mess. They kept the 3-way jump, motion inputs, and backwards and forwards walking, but because it's a platformer, you sometimes have to walk in the other direction to get somewhere. Their solution? A turn-around button.
Turn around!
The fighting game platformer never took off, and Mortal Kombat Mythologies became its own thing.
It's a beat 'em up!
But that's not always bad. All sorts of unlikely genres
Puzzle
have
fighter, let's
crossed over
go.
into fighting game territory with great results. Bust a Groove is a 1v1 rhythm game where...
Yeah, I remember play this game. I used to have the demo of this a lot, bro. This game was fucking fun.
You can...
So basically, it's DDR, but you get to attack your opponent with random stuff. It's actually pretty cool.
Attack your opponent, and they can attempt to dodge. Puzzle games have versus modes where you can give your opponent garbage. Tennis games can have supers, and so can Pong. You can PvP in MOBA or action RPGs. And of course, there's Maiden and Spell, a 1v1 bullet hell game. These games might not have any martial arts combat, but they have other elements of the archetype that give those games their fighting gaminess, and the most fighting gamey thing of all is a 1v1 zero-sum versus mode. Because each of these hybrid games are so unique without the constellation of varieties that platform fighters have, they belong in the hybrid other category. But I argue there's also a genre crossover game where you are undeniably in a martial arts fight, more so than in any of the games I mentioned. These games focus so much on realism, they don't play much like the archetypal fighting games at all, and have things like one-hit kills in the case of Bushido Blade, and even doctors who can stop fights in EA UFC. Yes, there's a doctor mechanic. The crossover genre here is simulator, and if you doubt there should be a distinction between a typical fighting game and a fighting simulator, consider the difference between Gran Turismo, a game that has turned players into actual professional race car drivers, and Mario Kart, a racing game where you can turn into a bullet. The difference is that fighting sims are not nearly as common, so off to the other category they go. But there is one more fighting game hybrid type that deserves its own subcategory, the arena fighter.
Wait, where's Oh wait, no, this is probably
One of the
talk about
biggest
it.
things in common archetypal fighting games have with Smash is that these games all use a side view perspective. So what happens if you don't? In 1993, Sega released a game called Dark Edge, which was an early attempt at an 8-way movement 3D fighting game with 2D sprites, but the camera did not rotate with the players. This caused all sorts of problems, one of which was players' bodies obscuring the opponent. They hilariously kept hold back to block, which meant if you were in the background, you could hold up to block and do half circle downward special moves. Good luck doing an upside down SNK motion from each direction. The fact that you could reposition and attack upwards and downwards complete with matching sprites was novel, but the 8-way free ground movement had been around forever in the form of wrestling games and co-op beat-em-up games in the 80s. Later, SNK took this control scheme, added left-right auto-facing, and made the fighting game aggressors of dark combat, which even flexes its free ground movement before the fight starts. It's starting to feel like there's nothing SNK hasn't thought of.
You win!
But you still can't attack upwards and downwards, so it wasn't until 3D engines with polygons when this could be done convincingly. And so we got Air Guys, a polygonal fighting game with free ground movement and Final Fantasy VII characters. The camera is higher this time to prevent characters obscuring each other, and the characters can face any direction. To autoface, you must hold down the guard button, which locks onto your opponent, kind of like a 3D Zelda game. But they ambitiously kept the high-low blocking system where you could block low by either holding guard and being still, or block high by either holding guard while moving, or standing still without holding guard. Did you get all that? While seriously unique and sophisticated, it's hard not to feel like they shoehorned this archetypal 3D fighting game system into an arena perspective. Just imagine if Zelda had highs, lows, and mids. Like hold back to block in Dark Edge, it just didn't catch on.
I kind of want to play this game. But no, this did catch on. The Dragon Ball Z, well, this didn't catch on. But with the Dragon Ball Z games or whatnot, the Budokai, well, the Xenoverse and Tenkaichis, those blew up. Especially with a lot of the anime, especially with a lot of the anime arena fighters.
But a year later, Capcom simplified things with the game Power Stone, which had no blocking and no locking on. But it didn't need blocking because the free ground movement with jumping gave many ways to dodge, and without auto-facing, people had to aim their attacks.
Oh no!
These games have a sort of isometric perspective where the camera has a limited range of movement and rotation. It's like playing a fighting game in a diorama.
What's a diorama?
But arena fighters like Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm have a camera that moves much more freely and rotates around the arena. Players have free ground movement, and attacking makes you automatically face your opponent. But while a free roaming camera lets you see your favorite characters in all sorts of cool angles, it also means the whims of the cameraman will determine who will have the more favorable perspective and which direction on your controller will go forward.
And this is why I hate fighters like this, because just the control scheme or whatnot, you can end up fucking switching places with a character in Naruto Ninja Storm and be totally fucked on your input. Let's say like you try to do like an input that favors you be on a certain side. You're if you're on the other side or whatnot, it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult than like any of this than just the previous side you were on. Also, I don't like the fact that the wonky camera's behind the back of the character. Because, for example, sometimes you can block your character or whatnot, even though you don't do it here, because they always say like bird's eye view or whatnot, low bird's eye view, so you won't get obscured or whatnot, but still.
It seems unpredictable, but I'm sure someone out there has found the best strategies to make the camera work in their favor. But the arena fighter Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi solves this issue by giving both players their own third-person over-the-shoulder perspective. But of course, this requires both players to have their own screens or play split screen. Yeah. But we've now come a long way from the original archetype and are getting into the perspectives of—
Wait, no! We had this already when the Nintendo games came out for the Dragon Ball game, because those had split screen. So that wasn't the first time a fighting game actually had split screen before Tenkaichi.
Other well-established genres like third-person shooters.
Bullets and missiles.
Both third-person shooters and third-person fighting games have missiles or missile-like attacks, but only the third-person shooter focuses on firearms. Firearms are antithetical to martial arts combat for obvious reasons. These weapons have practically unlimited reach and speed, fire instantly, and bullets are unblockable and undodgeable unless you're in the Matrix. Firearms make distance and speed irrelevant, so much so that pistols in shooting games often function more like barcode scanners than actual guns firing bullets. This is called hit scan, and you can see this in action if you go frame by frame on a Valorant match. The kill indicator appears the moment the player clicks the mouse, even before the animation of the enemy getting shot. Firearms work in tactical shooters because aiming is a fundamental skill in them. But in fighting games, aim has never been the dominant skill because these games already do.
Wait, is he moving his whole arm?
Firearms work in tactical shooters because aiming is a fundamental skill in them. But in fighting games, aim has never been the dominant skill because these games already do most of the aiming for you. Third-person fighting games like Gundam Versus and For Honor have lock-on systems, and in the case of ARMS, the players are always facing each other. And if you think about it, fighting games taking place in 2 dimensions.
How come they got our ARMS characters in Smash? Do we have an ARMS character in Smash? Are there any ARM characters in Smash? Oh, Ultimate, okay, cool.
Is a form of auto-aim because there is no third dimension in which to miss your attacks. A fighting game where you pit 2 players in an arena with guns that automatically aim at each other would not be much of a game at all. Even beam attacks and pistols in Marvel vs. Capcom games have significant startup animations and travel time. They are not even close to instantaneous. But in the genre-to-genre case of the Predator effect, Guilty Gear Strive introduced Happy Chaos, who brought with him an actual hit-scanning pistol that fires instantly and aims automatically. Seriously. With the pistol drawn, you can fire at any range, fire while running and jumping, and even while punching and kicking.
Oh wow, gets the reload, this is dangerous. How do you get in?
But the caveats are, you need concentration meter to use it, you need to reload, you cannot block with the pistol drawn while your opponent can block the bullets, and the reticule needs time to lock on. But if you hit your opponent with a water balloon, the reticule will lock on quicker until they get dry again. This was definitely a bold character design that is totally anime, but just appreciate what it took to make the gun balanced. It was controversial because you cannot react to an attack that happens instantly, keeping your distance is futile when an attack has unlimited range, and there's not much to time when the goal is to shoot first. It upsets Tomo Ohira's fighting game notion of TDR, timing, distance, and reactions.
Know what moves will counterattack from a given distance. Once you got the timing and distance
Perspective matters.
you can concentrate on the R, reaction.
This is why fighting games tend to stick to projectiles and martial arts, and it's why so many of these games use the side perspective. It's simply the best angle to gauge the speed and range of the huge variety of moves that each character has, making it the go-to perspective of competitive play. This is not to say the perspectives used by arena fighters are not suited.
I need to practice on drive canceling and everything like that, and not drive canceling, but drive rushing in Street Fighter 6. Yeah, I think that's why I'm just practice with Cammy. Just drive canceling and stuff like that in those combos. I'll probably have to go back into the lab.
For competition, it's just that it makes the gameplay take a huge departure from both the archetypal games and platform fighters. Anyone who has played both side-scroller and 3D Mario games knows how different they can be. But regardless, arena fighters are fighting games, if not just for the fact that they are more that than anything else. And ultimately, they literally brought fresh new perspectives to an old genre, either by using one camera angle or by giving each player their own angle. And just like that, this completes the fighting game tree. An interesting thing to note about this tree is that Dragon Ball has a game from every category except one. But just to be complete, what about the first-person fighting game? There are novelty modes in fighting games that have tried this, but you'll soon realize, one, you can't see your own character, which is sad, and moves like rolling or spinning kicks will probably just make you throw up unless your body can rotate without your head, like Exorcist Ryu. The closest thing is maybe Chivalry, which allows you to play in both third and first-person modes, but here's the thing, there is no lock-on system. So is this a first-person fighting game with swords, or a first-person shooter without guns? At this point, we're hitting the limits of what we can confidently call a fighting game, so we'll just leave this to the scientists. This might all seem like an ultra-nerdy exercise in making genre classifications for something already so niche, but it particularly matters in fighting games because the sheer number of games and game types create a diverse culture not so different from rock music.
Hold on, what's Into the Groove? into the groove 2. Oh, it's definitely DDR. Okay.
Like a music festival, the biggest tournaments host a variety of fighting games with multiple stages, and people choose what they want to watch and play. Many people like to play multiple games, but some might only deeply care about one. Some people only like the old games of a series, and some feel the latest is greatest. There are communities within communities that have strong feelings about game mechanics, franchises, and yes, popularity. In 2002, Nickelback got rocks thrown at them for playing at a metal festival by a few audience members that did not take kindly to their type of music.
See ya! I have no idea what we were doing there, and it was just a horrible, horrible mistake. In their defense, if I went to a metal festival, I wouldn't want to see Nickelback either.
This isn't to say Guilty Gear fans are going to start throwing rocks at Smash players, but it's
this has happened. People have thrown bottles at players.
Good to know a little bit about the
deodorant
audience you're speaking to.
That was one that our manager got spanked for heavy hard. It was like, what were we doing here, dude? Why the f did you were we playing in Portugal with a bunch of metal bands? And he's just like, sorry, I didn't know. It's like, well, you need to know.
So if
honestly, Project L, what was it called? They should honestly rename that fucking game. 2XKO it's the most weirdest fucking name for a fighting game, bro. Not gonna lie.
Spring rolls are not burritos and 2XKO is not a Tekken-like. What is 2XKO actually like?
It's a tag.
There's no question it lands somewhere between the versus and anime archetypes, which means it's an archetypal 2D hold back to block game with left-right and high-low mix-ups. In addition to the standard 3-way jump, each character can do—
I wonder how the devs of this game seen this video.
A super jump like in KOF, except the game lets you slightly drift in the air like in versus games. You can block anything in the air, and some characters have jump modifiers like Ari's air dash and Echo's forward hop. The game also allows both dashing and running, but like in versus games, you can wave dash, making for extremely fast and expressive ground movement. But the biggest versus element in 2XKO is that it's a tag fighter where you must select two characters. Like the title of the game suggests, the goal is to KO both characters of the opposing team. The tag system blends versus game rules with those of Tekken tag games. Like in versus games, your partner can be used as an assist by holding a direction and tapping the tag button, which can help you or hurt you if you get happy birthdayed. But like in Tekken tag games, switching characters does not bring them in attacking, and you can also do a tag launcher that switches characters so they can take over your combo. 2XK.
So I like how they have the tag thing in there, like their tag system, because it reminds me of Tekken Tag actually. Because I believe in Tekken Tag you can do the same thing, like you could continue a combo while tagging in somebody.
KO also lets you switch to the character that is assisting you in what's called handshake tag, something we've seen in the anime fighter BlazBlue cross tag battle. But if you choose the freestyle fuse, you can switch back again to the other character, allowing for some serious bullying.
Oh, that's crazy!
This allows for some oppressive high-low and left-right mix-up potential, and Sean made sure to show me allows for
what resources
again
are you
to the other character, allowing for some fuse tag, something we've seen in the anime fighter BlazBlue cross tag battle. But if you choose the freestyle fuse, you can switch back again to the other character, allowing for some—
People are gonna start picking that more besides having assist. Because look at the combo you have. You get like sounds between two characters, like in MVC1. But like it depends. Me myself, I'm probably gonna do assist because I honestly don't. I'm honestly like an ignorant player, or not an ignorant player. It's very difficult for me to understand what the fuck's going on when there's too many characters on the screen. Like that's why I can't really do stuff like drive rush that well and everything like that, because my understanding is I'm thinking I'm playing like not Flexo, but games like Fighting EX, Street Fighter EX and stuff like that, where it has like a lot of combos. All you have to do is just tap a button or whatnot. And knowing my dumb ass, I'm gonna start mashing, and I don't like mashing.
Some serious bullying. This allows for some oppressive high-low and left-right mix-up potential, and Sean made sure to show me by challenging me to games of bet you can't block this.
Oh my god.
What?
So, you gotta guess.
But there are
What? Oh, you were low that time. What?
Oh, I see a resource it uses. Hold on. So it's this side. So
other character, allowing for some serious bullying. This allows for some oppressive high-low and left-right mix-up potential, and Sean made sure to show me by challenging me to games of bet you can't block this.
Oh, you were low that time. What?
So, you gotta guess.
But there are defensive options too. When blocking, you can dash forward to do a Marvel-like push block, but there's a new mechanic where you can also dash backwards to do an escape called retreating guard. But this one can be beaten by lows, so don't be predictable. There's also a parry if you'd like a higher risk, higher reward option. As for combo breakers, there is a burst-like mechanic called dynamic save that lets you break out of combos and switch characters. And for getting knocked down, you have multiple get-up options, including an attack with brief invulnerability, but be careful as it can be punished if blocked. But the most novel feature is the duo mode, where one team can be controlled by 2 players, making 2v2 matches possible for a total of 4 players.
Aw, look at the girlfriends.
Street Fighter Cross Tekken do something like this.
Wait, she pressing all 3 buttons? Hold on.
Players, controlled by 2 players, making 2v2 matches possible for a total of 4
she's pressing one button. No, she's button matching. Let's go.
Tekken do something like this, but only the point character could summon their partner. This led to the infamous moment during EVO 2012 when Mike Ross wasn't allowed to play for an entire round.
Wow, that's incredible! Mike Ross did not get to play!
2xKO will let the player off screen play by letting them assist and dynamic save, and with handshake tag and tag launchers, there will be many more ways of switching between players. But this will also demand a new level of coordination that fighting game players have not had to do. As you can see, this is not a simple game. Anime and versus style games almost never are. But what it does try to do is make learning and playing it as accessible as possible. The button layout has light, medium, and heavy attacks, which can be pressed in sequence to perform a chain combo, which can be cancelled into a special attack, which is done by pressing a special attack button, just like we've seen in Smash. And yes, there are auto combos like in Dragon Ball FighterZ if you choose the Pulse Fuse, but instead of just mashing one attack button to do a combo, you can mash on your own combination to do different combos. But the most accessible thing of all is that it will be free to play, making it much easier to convince your friends to get into it. And the rollback netcode will make the net play as smooth as possible. So if 2xKO were a band, I think it would be Polyphia. And not just because the character select music sounds like them, and not because both have names that are generic descriptors of their respective fields. Polyphia blends the technicality of progressive metal with the sounds of EDM, Jimi Hendrix, hip-hop, and even K-pop to make something complex yet accessible for modern times, just like how 2xKO keeps the intricacy of anime and versus style games while making it approachable for newcomers. Instead of abandoning what made their traditions great, they tweak or tone down just the aspects that scare people away. What is tweaked, of course, never comes without controversy. Polyphia guitarist Tim Henson got in some heat for calling a classic guitar technique a boomer bend.
It describes a very specific guitar bending like commonly used in music from the 60s and 70s, the age of the baby boomer.
And the 2xKO equivalent of this would be
I like the name though, but that's a crazy thing to say,
or I guess
especially to metal rock heads or whatnot.
But this concept goes all the way back to Rising Thunder, which was made by Radiant Entertainment, who were later acquired by Riot Games to make 2xKO.
There's a pretty active dialogue and has been for years among fighting game players about accessibility and is it good, is it bad? And usually people talk about it as a zero-sum game, like you're going to make the game easier, then it's going to be worse for good players. We try to think about it in terms of fun. Once you get into the fun of understanding what a fighting game really is, about the mind reading and the high stakes sort of fast-paced poker of like, Like, that's addictive, and we want to like bring that fun to as many people as possible by removing maybe the things that make fighting games kind of scary, but aren't core to like the real fighting game experience. And another one is like, it's just more fun, I think, to do things with your friends. It took us a while to sort of embrace like teamwork, but once we did, and we found ways to like still have the carry aspect of like, oh, all the pressure is on me, but I can bring a friend along and we can like have teamwork moments. That's when the game started really to get fun, while still having like a real, hopefully endless mastery curve. We want this to be a game that you can play for literally thousands of hours and still discover new things.
Special thanks to Ben, Hetty, and everyone at Bay Area Riot for all your support. This was Gerald from Corey.
Dude, Project L is a really good name. I don't know why.
Gaming, thanks for watching.
All right, GG's. That was a Core Gaming. He's going to have credits at the end. Oh.
This video is sponsored by Hitbox, the fighting game controller that started the leverless revolution.
I still want to use a Hitbox, but I don't know.
And became an archetype for them. By replacing the 8-way joystick with 4 ergonomically placed arcade buttons, there's much less travel distance and exertion required to make the same inputs. There are also new techniques that even make use of the right hand to do things that would be impossible on controllers with joysticks.
This is the fastest Dragon Punch.
There's such an advantage to using a hitbox that people have jokingly referred to it as the cheat box. But the thing—
Boo. Dude, hitbox is like using your keyboard, bro. Deadass. That's all it is. It's like, I can set up like the hitbox right now. ASD space. Y U I H J K and L and O and L for like any other buttons or whatnot. It's not really cheating, to be honest. I don't see this cheating.
Thing is, it's tournament legal, which is why top players like Daigo, Tokido, Super Akuma, and Kawano are using hitboxes to compete and win majors.
These days, pad and stick.
It's just less button movement. That's all it is. It's not cheating. It's just basically it's just shortcutting.
Is the hitbox. You have the advantages of both. You get the flat layout for your buttons, like on stick.
I could probably play charge characters with a hitbox,
which is a lot better to access everything. The problem with stick, though, it's very precise, but slow. You have to move your whole wrist, and even then, where's the diagonal on the stick? Where's the down? Where's the forward? And where's the down forward? But yeah, if you want to do a down forward, you just press 2 buttons here.
The hitbox layout and design has become a standard because it's a culmination of many iterations of prototypes by its founders, who are 2 brothers who just wanted more consistent inputs in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. When they brought their homemade prototypes to SoCal Regionals in 2010, it sparked enough interest for them to get interviewed about it, and suddenly there was a demand.
These motherfuckers played Mugen without a controller. That's what happened.
The way we differ from like key sticks, they call them, where the difference is they got the up key right here. But you can't do any complicated movements. Like in Marvel, you can't do tri-jumps, you can't tiger knee anything. Yeah, thanks for the interview. We didn't expect anybody to really latch onto these.
They kept refining the layout until it became the standard we recognize today.
A lot of people don't know where all the leverless stuff came from, and it came from the Garage 2010. Starting point was, used to be a stenographer, so I took steno ink on my fingers, and I wanted it to be ergonomic and efficient, right? So got it to match as close as I could. Pinkies didn't work out so hot, but this started us up, and then I moved it over to here personally on the wire because it was so much more intuitive for me to think of as a jump button. So that's kind of where the next ones come along of me and Sean's next revision. This was the first right thumb jump. So it's left, down, right, up, and then A, B, C, D. So for Tatsunoko, so you got your assist. This was Sean's version for SCR 2010. The Hulk box, right? Spray painted. He liked the right thumb jump as well. So this is more like a standard 6 button with the left, down, right. He wanted something big and girthy, kind of like a Moss stick. These were like the first tournament hitboxes that we actually competed in and started getting results. These are labor of love. You can see this one is 003, right? I think 2 either died or we just ripped it apart and cannibalized it. That's most likely. So this is number 4. And then finally it turned into the hitbox layout because Marvel 3 was coming out and we needed to finish it. And that was kind of blown up on YouTube. So we had a bunch of people wanting us to make them for them. Since we liked right thumb, but we knew left thumb was intuitive to a lot more people, we brought it together so you could use either thumb. And it made total sense.
But maybe you're an old school player or just enjoy playing on joysticks. Hitbox also makes the cross-up, which has a lever, but also another set of cardinal directions for the right hand. How is this tournament legal, you might ask? Because pad is legal, and it too has multiple sets of usable cardinal directions. Adding buttons to controllers has always been a thing, but with the cross-up, you have it from the get-go. But maybe you want to add buttons to your existing controller, but do not want to drill holes. Hitbox's latest innovation is the combo extension, which is basically 2 buttons in one, but the extra button simply rests on top of the controller. You can get really creative with this and make your dream layout without doing irreversible mods. I put mine here so I can comfortably do /cancel crouch block in 2xKO. They also have buttons without the extension called Combo, which are super customizable, and all their buttons come in 3 different sensitivities to match your playing style. You can even add your own custom artwork. And for all you Smash players out there, there's the Smash Box.
Oh god!
If any of this interests you,
so
check out
buttons.
hitboxarcade.com or check out one of their booths at fighting game tournaments. Thanks for watching, and see you next video.
Bro, hold on. By the way, that was Acore Gaming. Subscribe, follow them, and do all the shit you need to do. It is 5:10, and I've been streaming for about 5 hours. I need to get the fuck out of here. But no, yeah, I learned a lot of stuff today for Corey Gaming about racism and about other things, about not searching for stuff on the internet and stuff like that. My opinion on the whole thing about LGBT topics being pushed on to only 18 plus stuff, I see that's kind of fucking weird. I think that's probably shouldn't be messed with, to be honest. Like, person want to talk, as long as they're not being like toxic or gross about it or sexist about it, people should be able to talk about whatever the fuck they want or whatever grievances or whatever. But like, I'm not actually hurting anybody. You should be like, freedom to talk about whatever the fuck you want. We're probably gonna get more about this with Twitch probably like throwing everything out there. Probably more VTubers or non-VTubers gonna be talking about it. Actually put some detail on it and everything like that. But other than that, I sent this to a friend. She was like, nobody's reading the rules. They're just making it a big deal out of it. And I agree to her to an extent, but I'm gonna have to talk to her directly for that extent. But yeah, man, fun times. GG's, y'all. Deuces.